of the 6th National Dialogue of the Academy of Science of South Africa's Just Transition Forum. We are very pleased to see all of you in droves and a large contingent online for us to continue this critical discussion. I'm also very pleased that the hosting and the design of the program was done in close collaboration with the University of Mpumalanga. And really, on behalf of the university and to ASSAf, we are very, very pleased about this strategic partnership. This discussion, colleagues, also for the university is quite timely. We have an increasing focus, not only being located in this critical province when we speak of the just transition, but also in terms of the capacity and depth and evolving focus on the just transition that the University of Mpumalanga is interested in. So very pleased that these alignments are taking place. It is also a big week of engagement for the Academy of Science of South Africa and the SA Young Academy of Science. Apart from our knowledge discussions today, there are 2 information sessions on the academies tomorrow that is hosting a large contingent of researchers from the province. And on Wednesday, an outreach and science engagement activity coordinated and supported by the university that ASSAf is doing with high school learners in the city. So colleagues, really a cluster of excellence, if you will, in terms of our engagement and discussions this week. We gratefully acknowledge the support and drive and leadership of the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Mpumalanga, Professor Toko Mayokisu, who we will introduce formally. Of course, the Executive Officer of ASSAf, Professor Himla Sudyal. And we really want to acknowledge the intellectual leadership, also as a member of the Just Transition Forum of ASSAf, Professor Razigan Maharaj, in conceptualizing and taking this program forward. Colleagues, the program has been carefully crafted for us to take a phased but intellectual approach, if you will, to this notion of the just transition and a truly analytical understanding for the way forward of what the engagements should be, not only what the role of the province is and higher education, but certainly a collective approach, truly internationally driven strongly in South Africa towards this common set of challenges. So the context from the key papers this morning will really investigate the system change barriers that are required and what are those key transformative elements towards change. The next session that is informed by that first one provides a strong critique of the current thinking and also investigates reforms that are required, specifically focusing on higher education or the knowledge notion, if you will, of the just transition, and how that links very closely to a policy framework for implementation and successful engagement. Critical inputs, colleagues, from civil society and business follows on that within the framework of the discussion. And the concluding component has a very strong policy engagement framework, hearing from key actors from the national system of innovation, and certainly trends, the funding environment, and clear suggestions for the way forward. Colleagues, we are really pleased to see you here. My name is Aldous Strubel. I'm the DVC for Research, Innovation and Internationalization at the university, and again, very pleased to partner with our esteemed colleagues and the context of our discussions. So I'm very pleased, colleagues, then to formally introduce the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Mpumalanga, Professor Toko Mayokisu. She is a member of the Academy of Science of South Africa, but also serves on ASSAf's Just Transition Forum. And very pleased, colleagues, about the support and the leadership and drive of this evolving and intellectually leading university as we go forward. Professor Mayokisu, thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Let me start by extending cordial greetings to everyone here, as well as to those who are joining us virtually. Sanibonani, Dumelang, Ausheni, Loshani. Do you want me to start from the beginning? Sanibonani, Dumelang, Ausheni, Loshani, Ndimashironi, Molweni, Goeiemorgen, good morning, Namaste. Thank you. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you to this important workshop on the Just Transition under the auspices of the ASSAf Just Transition Forum at our beloved university. We are gathered here to embark on a transformative journey centered on the just transition. We come together this morning not as observers, but as catalysts for change, united by our commitment to foster positive shifts in our communities. To those of you coming from outside the province of Mpumalanga, welcome to the place of the rising sun. The rays of the sun are a powerful symbol for the university, representing life, warmth, energy, and hope. They provide light and symbolize growth. Let us always keep that in mind to spur us on. As the University of Mpumalanga, we love our location and would not want to exchange it for anything. The university is positioning itself as an African university rooted in its home province of Mpumalanga. As such, the university is responsive to its immediate political, socio-economic, geographical, and historical context, as well as to its place in the world. It embodies the aspirations of an inclusive, non-racial, non-sexist, transformed, and democratic South Africa. The province of Mpumalanga is home to the country's critical coal plants. It is asserted in the Just Energy Transition Plan that any transition from coal or any search for clean energy resources should ensure that the lives and communities that are tied to high-emitting energy industries are not left behind in the shift to a low-emissions economy. We couldn't agree more. This Just Transition Forum workshop could not have come at a better time for the University of Mpumalanga. On the 23rd of August 2024, we wrapped up our celebrations of a decade of excellence, marking the 10 years since the establishment of the university through a government gazette on the 22nd of August 2013. The celebration provided us with the opportunity to reflect on the pioneering journey, Luhambo lwemhlahlandlela, traveled over the past 10 years and drew lessons from it, as well as derived aspirations for the next 10 years and beyond. The university celebrated a decade of excellence and creating opportunities, which it has achieved in all its core missions of teaching and learning, research and innovation, and engagement. In essence, we also celebrated 10 years since the opening of the doors of learning at UMP. We are proud of the discernible marks of academic excellence attained. We welcome you and are appreciative of the fact that you will be holding such discussions in our midst. We value such experiences as part of our pioneering journey, Luhambo Lwemhlahlandlela. The University of Mpumalanga, as a comprehensive institution, understands that its academic project must combine both the creation and transfer of knowledge and skills, and the development of students as independent and critical thinkers with a passion for knowledge and its application. The workshop is also timely as it comes at a time when our country is grappling with energy issues. Our country has had its fair share of electricity supply challenges and the negative consequences associated with poor energy supply. After considerable hard work and a dedicated Minister of Electricity and dedicated teams he has established, we seem to be out of the woods for now. Lying ahead, though, there is a lot of hard work and formidable tasks to undertake to ensure that the energy supply issues are completely resolved, tapping into all sources of energy, sun, wind, water, nuclear, all informed by the new imperatives of clean energy. As a seat of learning, we hold a view that there is a silver lining in every cloud. It is for that reason that we couldn't agree more with the view expressed by the Presidential Climate Commission and the Just Transition concept documents that a well-managed just energy transition can be a strong driver for new jobs, better jobs, social justice, and poverty eradication. This is a bold and ambitious goal, which we embrace without reservation. At this point, the question inevitably arises, what is to be done? There is no doubt in our minds as the UMP community that this goal cannot be achieved without a systematic and planned strategy of capacity building. In this regard, it would be important to mobilize the university scholarly community, our students and academics, to be conscious of the challenges we face. At a strategic level and in line with UMP's vision to be an African university leading in creating opportunities for sustainable development through innovation. Our goal is to make a pioneering, critical, and constructive contribution through the production and dissemination of knowledge. We are committed to using the university's knowledge assets to actively and creatively promote a vibrant economic, social, and political democracy in which all sections of society, particularly the poor, can find a meaningful place in society. We strongly believe that knowledge and skills are key assets to enable effective and deepening of the quality and scope of democratic life in our country and indeed in the world. As we engage today, may we be imbued with a sense of making a difference, tapping into problem solving, innovation, creativity, collaboration, partnerships, optimization of resources, accelerating research and development initiatives, jealously guarding our precious resources, and being aware of the Sustainable Development Goals. The program today is rich. As one looks closely at it, one can surmise that the issues that we'll be engaged in will provide some direction in addressing the transition, the just transition. As we fully engage, let us remember the importance of context. Humans do not live in a vacuum. Be bold to share perspectives. Illuminate what may be dim vis-a-vis the policy environment with regards to just energy transition. In addition, we must take civil society along and crucially keep our feet on the ground so that what we propose is relevant, actionable, and makes an impact on the lives of our South African compatriots. We understand that this workshop and the outcomes stemming from it are closely linked to the struggles of local communities for social, economic, and political emancipation. In line with our strapline, creating opportunities, we commit to work closely with all of you participating today to create opportunities through teaching and learning, research and engagement as part of this framework on the just transition. In conclusion, there is a word that featured prominently in my training as clinical psychologist. I was reminded of this word again as I thought of these welcoming remarks, especially reading Jamil Zaki's book, The War for Kindness, Building Empathy in a Fractured World. That word is empathy. Zaki reminds us that empathy does not just mean walking in another person's shoes, but it means sharing, thinking about, and caring about. Many of the less privileged will benefit immensely from this day if we emerge with actionable outcomes that can make their lives better. Time is now upon all of us to have agency and urgency to avoid a catastrophe if there is no turnaround. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to each and every one of you. May the conversations be enlightening, our collaborations enduring, our thoughts enriching, our insights illuminating, and our efforts transformative. Thank you.
Esteemed guests, I think a very high acknowledgement for the quite true and accurate words and framing of our challenges that Professor Maikisu has given. I think that truly sets the scene and touches on all the critical points for change that will be addressed today. Two aspects, if you don't mind. One, can you believe what can happen in 10 years at a university like Mpumalanga? And that attests to true leadership and insight and commitment towards change, underlined by excellence. And that is the role that universities should play, colleagues. A new university that has really exploded in as little as 10 years. Established universities, different types of universities. We cannot underestimate the role that higher education and knowledge should and must play in this critical area of change that we must take forward. And picking up on Professor Maikisu's term of catalyst of change, we in this room today are the catalysts of change. So the outcome will be more important, I think, than many of us realize. It is driven by higher education, it is driven by the knowledge and key aspect of intellect that an academy, the Academy of Science of South Africa, is leading, and that will remain critical. Colleagues, I want to acknowledge senior representatives from numerous stakeholders who will contribute today. And you represent key knowledge networks, science councils, the illustrious Presidential Climate Commission, civil society, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, industry, and I'm very pleased about the strong cohort of academic leaders from the University of Mpumalanga who are present, who will really assist us in driving and further conceptualizing with you as key stakeholders as we address these issues going forward. Professor Maikiso, thank you very much again for your excellent words of welcome. Colleagues, it's really my great pleasure then to formally introduce Professor Himla Sudyal. She's the Executive Officer of the Academy of Science of South Africa and has really been a key change maker in the process of knowledge adhering and being taken up in the policy space from that perspective. Himla, you're very welcome. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Aldo, for that warm welcome. Thank you, Professor Maisiko, for hosting us here and giving us such an inspirational talk. Colleagues from all sectors, as alluded to by Aldo, welcome. It is a great, great privilege for us from the Academy of Science of South Africa to host our first in-person Just Transition Forum and to do it in this environment. We have been operational as a forum since January of 2021, and we've had 5 previous meetings, but this is the first in-person meeting, and it is really an honor for us to be in the heart, in the land of the rising sun, to be able to think and deliberate on this very important topic. So, as I said, since we got started in 2021, the brainchild of this project was Professor Harold Winkler, who sends his apologies for not being able to be here today. But in any event, in 2020, he got in touch with me at ASSAf and asked if we would consider taking this initiative forward. And we did. We worked with our council to make sure that we followed the proper protocol to establish a forum. And the nice thing about the Academy is that we are neutral brokers. We have the capacity to bring the relevant stakeholders together into a room to engage, to discuss, and to come forward with recommendations. And some of the recommendations we can take forward to policymakers who in turn can decide whether this is useful for policy interventions, etc. But following on the first meeting, the group of executives that we had engaged with then gave us insights as to who we should invite from a broad spectrum of participants to be part of the forum. We've engaged with a few key stakeholders. On one occasion, we met with the labor organizations, with COSATU. We also had representation from the Eskom's Just Transition Plan. So we gave everyone an opportunity to have a say in the way we can go forward. In our third meeting, the forum discussed specific questions. Can South Africa maintain its focus on justice in the just transition in the face of multiple shocks and crises? How do we maintain a focus on the just transition while the country is experiencing such tumultuous times? South Africa, like many other countries, is facing multiple crises, with energy crisis currently being center stage. So we talked about these questions to see how we could come up with some recommendations for solutions. And the fourth meeting, we discussed green hydrogen and the just transition. And the last meeting that we had during the course of this year was to look back and reflect on what we'd done and ask the committee to give us recommendations of what we should be doing going forward. And of course, one of the issues that came up was for us to engage with the university in the heart, as was said by the Vice Chancellor, with all the coal mines situated in this province. How can we come close to the people to enforce the issues that the committee would like to do with respect to the just transition? Colleagues, in addition to Harold as a co-chair, Professor Rasigan Maharaj serves as the other co-chair. You have his bio in your paper, in the program, but I just want to say a few words out of that context. Rasigan is a member of the Academy, and I must say, since I've started engaging with him, I have grown as an individual in my understanding of the core issues that are relevant in our dialogues. He introduced me to the concept of the polycrisis. How is it that you have global challenges happening at the same time? Not to do things in silos, but to approach problems in a systems way, in the interrelationship of the commonalities across all challenges, and not forgetting issues related to gender, the advancement of youth, and other issues that we all in the country want to advance in one way or the other. So it's a great privilege for me to introduce Rasigan as the next speaker. He's going to talk to us in much more detail on contextualizing the just transition towards a systems change. Professor Maharaj now serves as the Chief Director at the Institute for Economic Research and Innovation at Tshwane University of Technology. And you would see from his short bio that he was involved at the cutting edge of this new democracy. And as I said to him yesterday, there are few people that you could go to if you have a question or a problem, who standing on the feet without going to any notes would give you context. And that is what and there are a few others in the room, but they'll be shy if I were to mention them. But all I want to say is what a great privilege is it for us to have an academic and a colleague in Rasigan. And you will see when he presents his talk now why I say so. So over to you, Rasigan, to address us.
So good morning to everyone as well. It is indeed an honor to be here. And, I often feel I often feel a little embarrassed when you stand and listen to people talking about you. But I also get even more worried when they set the scene in terms of what the bar is, and then we have to jump. So I hope in our engagement this morning, from the opening, and thanks Aldo also for moderating the session, the notions around change and how important it is for all of us, comes back to a question, why is it that we seek change? If everything were working, we needn't have to move. But our circumstances are quite dire. And sometimes I worry a little. Maybe we've become a little too, excuse this, thick-skinned in terms of, and this is where the Vice-Chancellor's words are so important, it may have numbed our sense of empathy. You see, there are 8.1 billion of us occupying this planet as human beings today. But in terms of our own position with it, it cannot be separated from everyone. So I raise this as a point, and also as you'll see as I work through the presentation itself. Our common humanity is something we really need to emphasize, notwithstanding all the differences that we determine socially. And I hope through the engagement, I also want to maybe make a preliminary apology. After my talk, you would probably feel very depressed. This is not a negative situation. Yeah. As Professor Gumede knows, we come from a discipline that's meant to be dismal. Yeah. And if you work in political economy, I can tell you the gap between being dismal and not being cynical is something we always strive to balance against. Yes? So let's move through this. It's a long presentation, but I really hope that people can get a sense of participating in it. Again, as the Vice-Chancellor has mentioned, for us to be catalysts for change, we have to recognize what the problems actually are. So the emphasis is here on the problems. I'm not Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, so I won't be answering the question, what is to be done? But collectively, I'm sure we will rise to that challenge as well. Yeah. So I've organized the talk in the following sections. Yeah. There's a way in which some of those elements bleed across each other, but that's also important. I hope to share with you that we need to break out of a sense of linearity, that one issue follows the other sequentially, and that there's a clear break between it. What we've learned and continue to learn is how ruptures and continuity coexist. So let's start way back in the beginning. You know, I should maybe, after hearing the introduction to this province, have put in a graphic. There was a time before the sun. Yeah, and many, many years after the sun started to coalesce into providing us those rays that get welcomed in this province, yeah, we see a planet forming. And that planet forming is our only home at present. We've got 4.5 billion years of history behind that. And the planet itself has withstood many threats to itself as a planet. I hope in what I'm going to share with you, you get a sense that we, as a recent species, a recent life form on this planet, have come through our agency to seriously impact upon the climate itself. But rest assured, colleagues, even at 8.1 billion of us, and if we all joined into one mass organization, our impact on the planet is not as great as one would assume. So please throw away that idea, it's our job to save the planet. Colleagues, it's our job to save ourselves on the planet. And the better we can understand that, I think a level of humility will also come to us. Yeah? There's a lot of arrogance at the moment in terms of the way in which world systems are operating. So I also want to, if I get this right without hurting anyone, draw your attention to the fact that this line is quite important. And if you notice at the end here, it hasn't stopped. And this is something also for us to bear in mind. Yeah? Evolution hasn't stopped. And towards that end, when we use terms like mitigation, adaptation, etc., let's also consider it within the scope of us transcending the problems that we have, yeah? And embracing solutions that offer us a longer-term sense of living on this planet as well. Yeah? So, after such a long period, so remember the numbers that we spoke about, 4.5 billion years of planetary history, about 300,000 years of ourselves emerging as a species being, yeah? A much shorter history of us in this current form, Homo sapiens sapiens. maybe also during the talk itself, you'd question why we are sapiens sapiens. And maybe we don't deserve the second wiseness that's thrown at us. Yeah? Why? Look at those two graphics. Yeah, it's the same circle. On one side, you see how the population of the planet is distributed. And in the next circle, you see how what's produced on the planet is divided. Yeah. So whereas the largest population blocks are Asia and then Africa, when we look at what's produced, and this is out of data from the World Bank and IMF itself, you'd note the United States of America is the largest, most advanced, mature capitalist economy in world systems. China, the People's Republic, is catching up with that, but it is not following the same pathway that the United States of America adopted to achieve that status. Now, if I'm looking around the room, so it's a bit difficult to see, but I hope that you can focus. Maybe you've got stronger lenses than me, yeah? If I ask you, our population, 1.2 billion of us Africans, where are we in that GDP division? Anyone? Well, it's difficult to see, but if I draw your attention to this little triangle at the bottom, that's our entire continent's output, yeah, in world systems, and it's important that we recognize that. This is not the amount of effort we put in. This is the value that's realized in terms of world systems. Yeah. And that's an important differentiation. Yeah. Now let's look at it closer to us. And again, I apologize if you can't read. I'm seeing some of the graphics, but you'd have copies of this and you could look at it at your leisure as well. But you'd note on that, in the most recent set of data from April this year, South Africa has returned to being the largest economy. If you note on the previous graphic, South Africa was number 3. Yeah, so South Africa has returned to it. I'm sorry, and Vusi, you may change or question this, but if we look at just the data, South Africa is going to drop next year again. And the year following, it drops another level. Why? Because it's a dynamic system, and others are not waiting. They are moving ahead. Egypt, Nigeria, Ethiopia, Tunisia, those are the countries that have dynamic systems that are applying certain changes that are going to propel them forward. So there's no sense of us sitting back in terms of where South Africa is, and it's a continuous move to improve ourselves in that. When you look at the GDP per capita numbers, and this is really a troubling aspect of it, you'd note we're talking about the average of 3,000 US dollars across the across our continent. Yeah. This is not, if it were equitably distributed at 3,000, it would give us a strong presence. Masked inside it are huge levels of inequality. Yeah. So that 3,000 does not apply right across the continent itself. And over, at least in the last 2,000 years, what we call a common era, different territories have contributed different amounts to world output. Yeah. So I'm also hoping that you get the sense that it's not a fixed position that we are in. Our marginalization can be redressed should we take active steps to combat it. If, however, we allow what's taking place to continue without affecting change, we will be relegated and continue to shrink. Yeah? That's what history shows us as well. But there's a phenomenal change that took place last year. And that's where the countries that emerged after the Second World War, that constituted themselves as the G7 countries. Yeah. These are the 7 largest advanced, mature capitalist economies. Yeah. And they had occupied most of global output, for a long period of time, as you'd note. Look at that huge difference when we are starting this graph. And for that change to have taken place, of course we know there are differences in the countries that constitute Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. The largest part being China itself. Yeah. But notwithstanding that, you see the massive change. A lot of what's taking place around us geopolitically has a strong link to this change that has happened. It's no longer speculation, it's a fact. I could have said it in a more rude fashion, but I hope you take the message that's coming across from it. Yeah? Now, how did we get to this? Very much like showing you that different parts of the world contributed differently to the output. We've also collectively, and it's not all of us that were responsible, but contributed to terraforming the planet towards our needs itself. We occupy spaces where life may not have necessarily been possible before, and we've created. We've got bases on the Antarctic, very difficult conditions, but human beings are living there. Yeah. This may change with climate change, and it may be useful to have a stake in the ground already, especially as the ice disappears. But in this, I hope colleagues also are paying attention to, also paying attention to our move away from undisturbed nature to what we have today. A large part of nature has been shaped by ourselves through our practices, especially land use. How we designate space towards its utilization severely impacts back upon us. And that may be what's biting back when it comes to climate change itself. Yeah. So again, a lot more detail, because this then brings that biophysical history in correlation with a more historical and materialist interpretation of our past. This links it to us as society developing through different modes of production, and as a consequence, getting to where we are today. Yeah? There's a strong correlation between these, a social science version and from geography and the biosciences. They are converging on providing us this picture of how we've changed things. In all of this, some have achieved a wealth status which is spectacular in terms of the numbers. I was going to make a snide comment if the moderator doesn't mind. Some of these want to leave the planet. Please, we should encourage them, go. As you well know, anyone that studies physiology, cosmology, yeah, or just life in general, after a few months off the planet, there's no returning. Your body adapts to those circumstances, and you can't pull it back without the gravity that's given us the life and the life form that we have. Yeah? But drawing your attention also to another aspect of this graphic, and remember, this is not written by a left-wing radical organization. This data comes from Credit Suisse, which is now owned by UBS. It's from the industry itself talking about that. You would note that at the apex of the triangle, you have higher levels of inequity between those groups than you do between what we call the 1% and the 99%. Yeah. Also draw your attention specifically to now, you can actually start counting the number of individuals that own this wealth. Remember, as a population, we're 8.1 billion people. For us to be able to determine that 14 individuals occupy the top of that pyramid really does pose challenges, but also opens up avenues for us to change it. Yeah. This inequity also, as I mentioned earlier, takes a territorial form, what the Vice-Chancellor mentioned as the location. The location also then determines life chances for people. you'd note in this that the space that we as Africans occupy in the majority is the lowest decile of spending, of incomes. Yeah. And you'd note disproportionately where the higher incomes actually are located itself. This is giving us a sense of global north and global south being played back to us as well. But the graphic next to it should be of serious concern to all, especially in this province and in our country. This is a ranked table we do not want to be on the top of. Yeah. So a shocking figure, between 2008 and 2023, inequality in South Africa rose 17%. I'm sorry, I have to emphasize that it has to sink in, because there are other narratives challenging this. But when we do the data, this is what comes out. We've increased inequality from 2008 to where we are now. And again, as you'll note on this, in the period up to now, that's South Africa. Our level of inequality is higher than the most advanced, mature capitalist economy in the world. You know? And this is also something that should trouble us extremely, because our rate of increasing inequality then speaks to the exclusion that we see around us today. But, and again, I'm sorry, I keep referring to Vusi because we do know each other. But you'll also note, when we originally wrote the National Development Plan, we had a goal for reducing Gini. Yeah? I'm sure you all know this. We had a fight about what that level should drop to. For those of us of a leftist orientation, we wanted it dropped to 0. Yeah? We are heading towards 1, and 1 means one individual owns everything. At 0.82, how else can you interpret that? Yeah. So that's us at the top. It's not the space we want to be or continue. We cannot afford it. Yeah. And matching this is excellent work done by our colleagues at Wits University to track these issues around spending, incomes, and wealth. You'd note on both counts, income and wealth, we've increased the inequality, and as a consequence, we are in the situation that we are in today. Again, based on empirically determined research. You know? Now, the reason I was raising these issues with you is because we do see, on aggregate, across the globe, the impact of those in poverty, or those excluded, or those the victims of these unequal systems, having contributed the least to the type of climate change or the factors driving climate change itself. Now, notwithstanding having over 50% of the population only responsible for 8% of the emissions, look at the top end, the richest 10%, just on themselves, contribute half. You know, I mean, I was going to tease in a big meeting at Passato. We recently said, well, if you know there are 14 individuals, what's their names and addresses? Now, this also then is on the other side, the impacts back upon us. And so those that are going to be most affected, whose incomes are going to drop, whose wealth is going to shrink, are those that are contributing the least. And again, we have the data to prove this. So when we use the word just, I hope you're starting to get a sense that just cannot only be applied to environment or energy or it's all of it, because this is the underlying base of us in a political economy. Yeah? Now, our good fellow scientists in the natural engineering side have also put a lot of effort in determining what's driving the systems that give us life on the planet. And planetary boundaries does give us one set, an index for us to work off, broken down into 9 vectors. Those 9 vectors give us what constitutes life today. Of the 9, we have exceeded the carrying capacity of the planet in 6 areas. That's how badly we've overshot. And remember, not everyone is living a high-quality life. So, to some extent, this explains also the wastage in the system itself. And not only that, colleagues, I'm sorry, it's going to be a lot of not only that from now on. Yeah. But increasingly, as we see, when this measure, what's called the ecological footprint, it told us what we had as a budget for a year. When it was originally developed, I think in the early 70s, we had a whole year where we had a budget of carbon that we could utilize for development. Increasingly, that's coming closer and closer to us, such that we're almost now at the midpoint of the year, half the year. Yeah. That's South Africa. South Africa overshot itself on the 28th of July this year. You have a country like Qatar who did it in February. So in other words, Qatar from February is borrowing from the rest of the planet to keep going, as much as we are doing with everyone around us. We all know this, and with the variations that we expect to see, our resilience cannot be a single solution. We must be able to cover a variety of scenarios as they emerge, which means we need a plurality of research efforts towards finding solutions. The solutions must be in the plural. It cannot be that one solution is going to be applied, as a template across world systems. That won't give us the necessary results we require. And this is something also, this is not about us wanting to hug trees or something like that. But we are living through the 6th mass extinction. Biodiversity is shrinking around us. And from the data that we are collecting in South Africa as well as the rest of the world, this is work that needs to be done at its most local unit itself. Because how else, if I'm sat in Tswane, how can I know which plant, which animal is being lost in Mpumalanga, in Mbombela? Yeah. Now, these sentiments that are out there also have been open. So here's some survey results that was done across the G20 countries. And I'm just pointing out to you here. You can see this. Concern for the state. How worried, if at all, are you about, you see it specific, nature today? And South Africa is very concerned. This is thousands of responses that have come back in. Yeah. And because of how we've been modeling what's taking place using planetary boundaries, etc., we can now find out about the tipping points. This is where we enter into periods of change where it's irreversible. In other words, we've gone over the edge and it's free falling. Yeah. Thanks for that. Yeah. So you would see from this graphic, the one that's particularly concerning for us, colleagues, is this flow between warm and cold water. This most likely is being impacted by what's happening in the Antarctic, and as a consequence is going to have dire consequences for us. We are very close to this space. All our fish that we consume that come from the southern oceans are born here. Yeah. And if this changes, it means massive changes for all of us as a consequence. But I could do that for all of the tipping points. Now, this question was then posed to ordinary South Africans as well as citizens of the other 19 members of the G20. And I hope you get a sense that this isn't something that people are unaware of. They may not know the full detail, but people are increasingly, recognizing that this is taking place around them. The other point, which colleagues, and I mentioned it to the Vice Chancellor this morning, a lot of the work that we do, computer-based simulations, etc., force us to stare at the screen. I'm really encouraging people sometimes, open the window, if not sticking your head out, walk outside. And that's where you'll start to see the difference between what we model versus what's actually obtained. Yeah, and you know this now. I needn't repeat it, but I should. Every day is going to be the hottest day. We're not going backwards. We're never going to reach a time anymore where it's going to be cooler than it was before. Yeah. And that's, again, another objective reality for us to confront. Now, the Presidential Climate Commission has also done work along this, and this confirms what I've shared with you from a global study. And you'd see this awareness exists amongst South Africans as well about change. It may not be at the level that we want, but that's the role of us in the post-school education and training system. We must train the trainers, train the teachers, train the educators that then transmit this information right across all learning systems, whether it's in the family, whether it's in the school, it can be in a college as well. Yeah. But we need to push these messages much more strongly out there. Yeah. So again, this is not me being nasty. I did not pull a guillotine out to suggest what we do with those people at the top of the system. But you'd note, people are also getting angry at those in political power that are not making decisions that help us, that are holding back change on some basis that somehow a miracle will take place and we'll save ourselves. Yeah? The relationship between SDGs and climate change is well researched, confirmed. Now the nasty stuff. I'm sorry if what you've heard up to now you didn't think was nasty. Wait for this part. Yeah. How do we respond to the fact when the General Secretary of the United Nations tells us that we are not making the pass mark on the SDGs? If we are missing 50% of them, what does this tell us? Yeah. So it is extremely serious. Now let's look at it in its more detailed version. So globally, you'd notice that most of our indicators indicate some small progress, but most of them are flat. We are maintaining things as they are. When you start looking at it in terms of regions and the income groups, that's the World Bank use of an international division of labor, you start seeing differences. So let's get closer to ourselves. That's our progress. You know, there's one issue that we can claim our success on. Gender. Equity. We will be very equal as we welcome our end as a species. I'm sorry to tease you, but I hope that message comes across. There are other aspects we really need to pay a lot more attention to as well. Yeah. But it's really positive to see one aspect where South Africa is succeeding against global trends as well. And that's caused by, as the Vice-Chancellor had mentioned, an activation of this agency. Us putting into practice what we say in policies, etc., and ensuring that it takes place. This equity would not have been achieved had we not set things like targets, etc. All right, for those of you who've got extremely good eyesight, don't worry, when you get the slides, you'll read it. This is per all of the 17 SDGs where we are as a country itself. Yeah? Now, the UNDP's review of our progress, the reason we can share this data is also because it's very new and it is going into the General Assembly that's taking place in the United Nations in the next month. Yeah? So that's the most recent. And you'd note, I mean, these are things that we all know, appreciate, not that we're happy with it, not that we're happy that it continues. We've not changed issues very much here. So in the context of high unemployment, elevated poverty, high income inequality, the policy space is shrunk. Yeah. We can't blame the United Nations for this. Who is it that has not brought about these changes in these domains? This is us, because it's talking about us. So 30 years since the democratic breakthrough, what have we achieved? Especially if you look at the rising inequalities that we've seen. I hope we see this in the full weight of the criticism being directed at us. And we need to respond to it in that way itself. Yeah? You'd note this as well in terms of changes, and the suggestion being that we align ourselves better with the SDGs. Now, for us to do that, it means we cannot continue around this siloed way of thinking. As Himmler, the executive officer at ASSAf, has mentioned, yeah, this is a major constraint for us, and it's from the level of teaching and learning, yeah, in how our disciplines are organized, subjects, departments, etc., from that to the research and innovation. Because if we are being taught in silos, our research follows the silo, and the innovation. Remember, I use innovation as creative destruction. That's the actual change taking place. Yeah? Our actual change will only apply in that silo. If we want the wider impact, like this was you notice it, a frequently asked question posed to the IPCC. Yeah? It must be wide and expansive, as outlined. It's transformational, and that was part of your introduction as well. I'm not going to say much more. We've got a lot written about this around the notion of polycrises, but I would really encourage, in all our research proposals, you need to be worried if the word polycrisis is not written by yourself. Why? Because there's very few areas that are just single-sourced in terms of the problems we are confronting. And what we are learning is the intersection generates even deeper, more complicating problems along the way. But if we see things holistically, it offers us the opportunity to engage with it. Hence the push. And you'd note, the forum in ASSAf is a just transition forum. There is a just energy program, there's a just, etc., etc. Those are subsidiary to the overall need for a bigger approach to transformation itself. Okay, we're getting towards the end. As you all know, just to re-emphasize the fact, the just transition does not come from the financiers or bankers that are behind JETP. Its origins is organized labor, and it's very important to return to that. It did not come about because of climate change. This was in the early 70s, where people in the US, in industry, were exposed to hazardous conditions. United Auto Workers, UAW, led a campaign, yeah, to bring about improving the conditions that people worked under. That started to constitute what we call a just transition today. So we really owe it to organized labor to recognize its origin, and you'll see then in terms of what the possibilities are. This is from the ILO as well. And I would really encourage, when we talk about the just transition, while we have to read the financial papers, also pay attention to where this came from. It has a lot of real deep value inside of it, because workers are doing this for themselves and for all of us. Yeah. You'd note as well, in terms of our own performance on the just transition, and even from ourselves as the Academy, from the presidency, etc., we need to pay much more attention to bringing all of these levels together. But note, challenges remain around unemployment, poverty, inequality. They cannot be left aside as something we will deal with after we make a transition. They are part and parcel of the transition itself. So please be encouraged as we engage. So, Aldo, I think I managed on the time. As we bring these aspects together, yeah, and I'm looking across in the room, I'm assuming a lot of us are from this country itself. So you'd note why I'm joking in terms of the citation I put right at the bottom on the first block. It's a huge study. I couldn't put everyone's names down. But I'm teasing you, and you'll remember it because of that. Yeah? And this is important work published at the beginning of this year by Lancet. Yeah? Incredibly important journal. We all recognize it doesn't have to have the word high impact attached to it. It influences all of us and our thinking. Yeah? And they did this work about what would it take to constitute safe living on this planet itself. And that's the result that we get. We cannot then think of trying to create some environmental bubble for us while the political economy remains untransformed. The transformation for us to live in a safe bubble implies us changing that political economy that's delivered us to this negative situation itself. Yeah? And so, as a note was made, and we pay homage to Harold's incredible work that he's done in this field itself. And this graphic really brings together the necessary types of partnerships, types of engagements. When we unpack this, if you think this is almost like the blueprint of what we want to see coming together to afford us that opportunity of effecting a real, a just transition. So I thank you all. There's a lot of references, but I thank you all for your attention. Sorry for 7 minutes.
Colleagues, I can only describe this as a magnificent exposition. Please let's thank Professor Maharaj again. Razigan, a couple of comments, and I cannot resist to say the context of the context of the context. And I think we sometimes forget the contexts of. So we, in many cases, pretend or think this is a current problem that we must now solve. And maybe it's the SDGs, maybe it's our province, maybe there's a role for higher education. This is not new. We realize that, and seeing that in such stark reality really emphasizes this urgency of what a collective engagement towards transformation is that is required. So I view this as the transformative aspect of change, colleagues, and we sometimes neglect to see the systems engagement that is necessary for us to be truly successful in this notion of what we mean by a just transition. In collaboration very closely with Razigan and other designers of today's program, this notion of civil society, organized labor, the economic transition, the injustness of the transition that has not taken place has been very specifically included. And that is the forum of ASSAf on the just transition. Indeed, the multidimensionality of energy and other transitions, of course, is included. But that is a very specific focus, colleagues, because if that quagmire, that movement is not accelerated, the tangential aspects that will be influenced will certainly not move. So the collective move of the total transition is required. So Razigan, thank you very much again. I think it cannot be clearer what the task is ahead of us. Colleagues, we move into the substantive sessions now that flows then from this context that the keynote address has provided. So really my great pleasure to welcome Professor Vusi Kumede. He is the Dean of the Faculty of Economic Development and Business Sciences at the University of Mpumalanga, an illustrious and well-known knowledge and scholar and thought leader in South Africa and further afield, and the lead presentation on the economics and the science of the transition and employment policy perspectives for impact. Vusi, thank you very much in advance.
I'm not going to tell you what is in Razigan's class. I should have taken a sip. Greetings, particularly VC, our MANCO members that are here, and our special guests, ASSAf and others. So I need to figure this out just to make sure how it works before I start. Okay, there we are. So what I thought is I'll talk about a few issues that I consider to be critical if you think about economics and science of the transition, and I'm specifically focusing on the just energy transition, so I must be clear about that. There are many transitions, as Raskan was indicating, and we all get involved in discussing all of these. So I thought perhaps we need to think a bit about the impacts, the various impacts of the just energy transition on the economy, a lot of research that takes place around this, and I'll highlight just a few points based on what different researchers are doing, more recent work that's been taking place around that. And then I'll talk about the relationship between the just energy transition and jobs. We talk very broadly about this, and I think there are many questions whether the jobs will indeed be retained or to be different kinds of jobs. I think that there's consensus around that, but a question whether people will be absorbed, particularly those that are involved in the areas, in the industries that are likely to shed jobs because of the just energy transition. And most importantly, the communities that are reliant on coal or coal mining. So I'll talk a bit about that and some of the work that we've been trying to do here at the university in trying to understand, well, at least at this stage, profile these communities around Mpumalanga and the implications around that. An issue that we don't often talk about, and I think this will fit within the science of the transition, the minerals question, particularly the critical minerals and their value chains in the context of JET, and then some thinking about what are the interventions from a policy perspective, legislative perspective, and other perspectives, including the issue of skills. So this slide, which is a summary really, and I think if we look at coal and mining, excluding coal, this comes from the DPRU, Development Policy Research Unit study at UCT, a very recent study, highlighting still, I think, the importance of coal. And you'll see as we go along that indeed, from a perspective of value add, and this a difference between the value of the product or good and the cost of the materials or supply. So coal still plays a very important role. It seems to be declining, but not substantially in my view. And I think it's something that I thought I could highlight. This second slide indicating the contribution of the various provinces to GDP and employment, also coming from the DPRU study, a very recent study. The numbers are not updated. They end in 2019, but I think the trends haven't changed, or in fact, you might find that in particular with regards to employment, many of these provinces are contributing less and less to employment. But I think what's important here is Mpumalanga. As you can see from this study, from the table from the DPRU study, that we contribute this province, those of us from here, we can be proud of this, something to be proud about, again, than being on top of inequality. A relatively small, arguably, province contributing more than Limpopo, more than Northwest, more than Free State, more than Northern Cape, to GDP. So which I think this highlights the importance of the province, just from an economic perspective, and we'll talk a bit more, I'll highlight the importance of the province from the just transition perspective. In terms of job, not contributing as much compared to other provinces, but still better than Free State, if I can see the numbers correctly now, better than Northern Cape, better than Eastern Cape, and yeah, just about the Northwest too. So the point really about this slide is an attempt to show, the previous slide, the importance of the province in its contribution to GDP and employment. We talk about, Mpumalanga is very important for the just energy transition, but from an economic point of view, it's playing a very important role, particularly in GDP, and maybe not as much in jobs, but still quite significant. So this comes, again, the DPRU and Global Energy Monitor have done this interesting spatial distribution of coal mines and coal-fired power plants. And I think what you see when you look at Mpumalanga, red and black dots next to each other, indicating that there are a good number of operating coal plants and a good number of operating coal mines. Now, this tells you something about the communities. So if you talk about just transition, of course, move to low emissions, net zero, all those kind of targets will imply that these communities will be affected. And what we also know about these coal-fired power plants is that some of them are due to be closed. Government is now debating, the timeline, but inevitably, I think, I shouldn't say this maybe, with or without climate change, I think some of these coal-fired power plants will inevitably have to close because the lifespan and all of that. So it's something that I think we'll have to contend with in the next, 30, 40 years, inevitably, I think arguably within 50 years. So it highlights the attention we need to be paying, I think, where we see those red dots and black dots next to each other. So we've been trying to do this work, given the importance of Mpumalanga in the economy for jobs, but more so for the just energy transition, because I think this considered to be the most affected. We've been trying to profile the various localities, particularly those that would be impacted directly by the just energy transition. By the way, what's not in the slide here is that Mpumalanga province is the fastest growing province in terms of population. So at least according to the census, we gained more people here in Mpumalanga than in any other province in South Africa. It tells you something about the university, of course. Well, other things too. I'm sure the university plays a role in that. But what I've argued when I looked at these numbers, when we're calculating these numbers at a national level, is that actually they may be understated. We may be growing much faster than the numbers are saying. Anyway, the census was for 2022 and we're in 2024 now. If I'm able to maybe just highlight a few for those provinces, for those municipalities that we know will be directly affected by the just energy transition. So if you take, for instance, Msukalikwa, Pixdika Isaka Seme, Lekwa, Dipalaseng, Govan Mpegi 2, Victor Kanye, I'm forgetting one, I think it's Steve Dwede. So all these provinces, these localities, these communities, these municipalities are growing, with an exception, I think the Palaseng is probably an exception where there's been some decline in population growth. But amongst other things that we'll observe, for instance, is that the number of households in these localities are increasing. And it may very well be that they continue attracting people looking for economic opportunities because that's where the coal-fired power plants are. That's where coal mining is taking place, but also at the same time, we know these are the areas that would be most affected. There's some other interesting observations I can talk to, but can take a long time. So we're still, looking more closely into this data. I think what's important, and I think there's consensus about that in the province and with PCC, that you need to be engaging the people directly. So it's one thing to have these numbers as we're doing currently. The next stage really is to have conversations with the communities themselves. Luckily, we just got a project to be able to do that, so it's something that the university will be able to undertake, because it's extremely important. So we may be thinking about what can be done to address the just energy transition, but community members may have different views. So in some of the discussions we've been having, for instance, very interesting perspectives coming up that communities actually do think that some of the green technologies that we're arguing for is not what they're attracted to themselves, which means you may be investing in areas that are not going to be helpful. So I think the point really, which we cannot overemphasize, and I think there's consensus about that, putting resources to engaging the communities more, also to get their own perspectives in all of these areas. And from a skills perspective, also understanding where, for instance, here the age profile, skills profile, educational profile from this work that we're doing, which I'm not going to show today, which may take time. I just thought I'll highlight. Now, coming to the science of the transition, I don't think we talk enough about our minerals and the opportunities around them for the just energy transition. I'm very specific here, just energy transition, but of course for jobs, for the economy. So these are in the context of South Africa. Again, this coming from DPRU study, indicating the mineral contribution to mining sector sales in South Africa, and coal features quite prominently, as you can see, the colors, both domestically and exporting. There are others very important minerals for the just energy transition, and we'll highlight that now. In the context of Africa, we'll see South Africa features prominent a number of these critical minerals, platinum. Obviously, we are the main producer, and we have the highest of reserves globally, 90% or so. Palladium, rhodium. We also have cobalt. We just don't feature in this particular map because it's a share globally, and this comes from S and P global. So if you look more closely in the sub-Saharan context and the countries that are listed there, you can see South Africa featuring quite prominently. I was just saying something about platinum group metals. We're right on top, both in terms of production and reserves. We featured just a little bit there on cobalt, manganese, palladium, chromium, vanadium, but all of these proven science, and many countries have taken advantage of this, that they play a critical role for the just energy transition. This study, which was a contribution to the African Economic Development Report, the most recent one by UNTAD, by these two scholars, also showing in the context of South Africa our mineral export basket, and I think it may be repeating the point I've already made. So when you talk about these critical minerals, what we've done here is to list all of them. Those are the considered to be critical, and the end products, as well as the industries involved and stages in the value chain. And all of these play roles for what we need for the just energy transition for green technologies. So you could take, for instance, lithium as an example, batteries and storage batteries, electronics, cobalt, I said something about this earlier, nickel, rare earth elements, and a whole range of benefits if we take advantage of these. And the question is, why haven't we? I think really that's a question we should be addressing. But there's a lot of work that's been taking place, but it doesn't seem like we've really been doing sufficiently in this particular area. So in conclusion, I was trying to stick to my 15 minutes. I hope I've not exceeded. From a policy and a legislative perspective, what are the interventions that we need in our context, in our country, to be able to take advantage? Because I think we should take advantage of just energy transition. So we're told all the time that it's coming, you can't stop it. So I guess instead of maybe criticizing as we've been doing, I know the brief said I must criticize or critique, sorry. But this time around, I think, thinking more about what is that we can do to take advantage of the just energy transition. So from an industrial and energy policy perspective, obviously improvements around mineral beneficiation, this has been said by many people, and linking that with the growth of renewable energy sectors or products, for instance, electric vehicle batteries, solar panels. But some of these, many of these actually, critical minerals play roles in wind turbines, as you saw earlier, in solar panels and so forth. Question whether there could be financial incentives. We know that we've got challenges currently of public finances, but I think if we're really serious about leveraging through the just energy transition, there has to be investments that go into local beneficiation and innovation. Many complain about or raise concerns about the infrastructure, so of course we need to pay attention into that. The skills development probably is the most contentious issue in my view. So we need to be thinking about new skills and of course train people for those skills, for those sectors that are going to be growing, but also think about those that can be absorbed into those industries. What do we do? So in our profiling, for instance, of municipalities in Mpumalanga, you see quite a number of people that are above ages 50, 55, and all have done is to work in a mine, in a coal mine as an example. Clearly, the argument for reskilling of that person, needs thinking, rethinking. It may very well be that you are thinking of a different intervention. For these communities, you may also be thinking of different interventions around schooling, healthcare, some investments that we must make, that the society must make, then maybe an argument that you need to reskill people who get jobs in the green industries. It's the same issue, for instance, I was raising earlier about listening to community members, because they will also say, we hear it is happening in the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape where government invests or private sector invest in alternative technologies, and people say, oh, this is dirty, biomass, biogas, they say, we don't like this technology, it's not clean enough for us. So and then the investment is gone to waste. So I think a lot of thinking that needs to go into that part around skills development and workforce training. Support for small enterprises, I think there's consensus around that. Environmental regulations and cleaner technologies. I think for us in the academic space, investment in R&D is really a big issue, and may very well be that's why we've not really taken advantage of these possibilities, that we've not been investing sufficiently in innovation, in research and development. Because I think as a country, given all these critical minerals that we've always known about and we're exporting most of them, we could have done something already by now, and may very well be that more needs to go into research and development and innovation, and of course internationally partnering. I'm stopping here, Chair, thanks.
Colleagues, I cannot resist saying that the reason of this province's fastest growth is only because of this university, right? No other reason. Professor Gumede, thank you very much for localizing the challenge and really providing excellent additional context to the broader challenge that we are facing. This session's perspective, colleagues, as you saw from the program, is specifically on the notions of economics and employment. And there's critical questions to ask. Are we speaking about the energy transition, which of course was Professor Gumede's brief, from a mining for energy perspective, mining for other resources perspective? Is mining really the challenge, or is it the approach? Is it the economic legs or influence of that rather historic and aging approach when one speaks of local economic development? So to be very frank, it is very complex challenges, but it is very obvious challenges of what the solutions are. So our broader question is it a failed economic policy? Is it a failed local economic policy? Are we waiting to address these challenges in a longer type of time frame that we usually address the economic challenges? Where is the question of the leapfrogging that is required for us to really make the change? To add to this discussion, colleagues, I'm very, very pleased that we have two senior and insightful panelists with us to take our discussion in this session further. I'm going to ask each of them to make comments of not more than 10 minutes each, and we'll then bring the two key speakers and them together for an open discussion in plenary. So the first is Ms. Ntombifuthi Mazibuko. She is a senior consultant for socioeconomic development in the Division of Risk and Sustainability at Eskom. We're very pleased to have her share her insight and experience in this session. Secondly, Ms. Joyce Ntuli is the Manager for Environment and Waste at Nkomazi Municipality. I'm very sorry that Mr. Mzwandile Takuda are unable on short notice to participate this morning, but we certainly will continue to gain input as these discussions continue for us to take it forward. So, Ntombi Futi, may we ask you please to join us in front. Thank you in advance.
Good morning, everybody. It's such a privilege to be here. I came into contact with the Academy of Science, actually at that very first forum you had on the Just Transition. We gave the presentation with my colleague from HR. At that time, we were just discussing the decommissioning of power stations and sharing information on the socio-economic impact assessment studies. And my HR colleague gave more information in terms of the jobs. So it is actually quite pertinent, and I think it's good that the workshop is here in Mpumalanga this time around, where the coal face is. So to be on the ground, you know, where the tire hits the road is actually quite good. So yeah, it's a big topic. It's a very motive and also a journey that the country, the energy sector, and our communities is going through. So my brief will be, as Eskom, you know, we started grappling with this challenge in 2020, and it's really based on the policy framework from the IRP. So according to the integrated resource plan, you know, we need to shut down the power stations. We shut down power stations because they come to their end of life. So it's a technical issue. But as the map you've shown, Prof, these power stations are located next to to coal mines. And we've actually, those communities were established because of the power stations, because by default, the power stations have to be were located next to the resource. We established communities, you know, villages next to the power station for the sake of transport and all other issues. So, and they are in the middle of nowhere, and unfortunately, and not very much well serviced in terms of infrastructure. And then, you know, I think also, I also like to embed my topic on the three challenges that the country is faced with, you know, the socio-economic challenges of poverty, unemployment, and of course South Africa being the most unequal society in the world. Unfortunately, 30 years later, we've not made much of a dent in terms of addressing those socio-economic challenges. So, you know, with that background and context, the shutting down of the power stations, and then, of course, ensuring that the transition is a very big challenge for the country. And I also want to embed that, you know, the coal mining and the power stations are two sisters that work hand in hand. Unfortunately, and rightly so, because of the long-term challenges the country has had. I think in the introduction that was mentioned, we've had long-term challenges in terms of power generation in this country. It then, you know, the natural or the most, you know, vividly spoken about is in terms of, you know, the contribution from the power station, but there's a lot of liability and responsibility that needs to go to the mines. Our coal mining, unfortunately, has also just not made life easy for our communities. So when Prof talks about, you know, the locality, the municipalities, and our communities, you know, and then most importantly, the workers as well, including the workers as well. As you've mentioned that, the just transition actually came up from the labor movement. So when you look at those dynamics, to say, how do we address the challenges that are now coming on a contextually very difficult situation that has now these communities as well have gone through a phase where, for example, for Komati Power Station, the mines around there have been shutting down since the past 10 years. So when the last unit of Komati shut down in 2022, it was just a pinnacle of an event that the area has just been experiencing for the past a decade in terms of economic opportunities. So it's a lot of issues that we are grappling with in terms of how do you rejuvenate the economy to make sure that there's economic activity? How do you also ensure that these communities are not left without livelihood? And thirdly, how to ensure that you don't create ghost towns? And we have examples of where other economic sectors have shut down, and it didn't go well in terms of those communities being left without economic activities. So it's a challenge, as well said in the definition. It's multi-sectoral, and it's really a multiplicity of different issues that need to be addressed. I mean, the fourth one for me is in terms of these communities are already not well serviced. So for us as ESCOM, our mitigation plan, I'll talk about our mitigation plan first before I go into how the implementation is going at Komati, is a 5-pronged strategy. The first one is in terms of economic rejuvenation. We put in place a repurposing plan. So the repurposing plan is to ensure that that infrastructure that is there is now utilized to transition the structure to clean energy. So you start producing renewable energy using that infrastructure that is already there, because you already have your transmission and distribution infrastructure there. So we as ESCOM are looking at 3 types of energy. We're looking at solar PV. We're also looking at wind and battery storage. So those are the 3 technologies that we are looking at, and we've done studies for 4 power stations on how those technologies can be implemented. So we then look, so that's repowering. We also make a distinction between repowering. Repowering is you bring back energy. And then we also make a distinction with repurposing. Repurposing is also using the site for other economic activity. We are looking at your microgrids, also that will support energy in terms of underserved areas that are difficult to reach. We are also looking at your agrivoltaics as well, that to use also as an alternative repurposing. And what we also came up with is in terms of the skills development. So that's been very critical. So our 5-pronged strategy is the repowering and repurposing. And then the second element is that you need to develop skills. So skilling and upskilling of your workers and the communities to actually participate in the new economy in terms of the clean energy is a very important pillar. The third pillar that we have is in terms of you need to then strengthen these communities. We know that these communities have challenges with services already. So the infrastructure gap has to be breached. Your services gap has to be breached. This is where government has to come into place in terms of supporting these communities. And your fourth element is in terms of you have to make sure that you support SMMEs. Our studies in South Africa indicate that SMMEs are actually good in terms of creating jobs. So we make sure that you have enterprise development, SMME development, but also an important one is in terms of localization. You are going to be putting up all this solar PV and all this type of structure. There's a lot of recyclables that they generate. There's a lot of waste that they generate. Also at this point in time, we are importing a lot of the parts from abroad, unfortunately. You also want to try and localize as much as possible. Unfortunately, our localization policy is very, very difficult to implement, but it's one of the areas that needs to be strengthened in actually the justness of the transition. We must try and localize as much as possible. So that's the fourth element for our mitigation plan. The last and very important one is in terms of stakeholder engagement, dialogue and your communication, you know, there is no justness. The transition can never be just without the dialogue. Yeah, I'm very happy that we also have government has come aboard. I see studios here. They're playing a very, very important role in terms of the department assisting ESCOM in terms of engaging the communities, which was one of our biggest weaknesses in terms of the implementation of the transition. So from, I don't know how many minutes I have because it's finished. Okay, so science plays a very important role. All our solutions have to be science-based for them to actually work. And our skills development has to be demand-based. We must address skills for the transition, but all other skills that we develop, they must be demand-based to make sure that people are skilled to either be employed or be employers. And yeah, social dialogue is central to actually making it work. And for me, what's becoming very clear in our implementation at Komati is that you actually have to, people need ownership. They need to be part of the transition in terms of giving inputs, but they need a sense of ownership. Those communities actually know the type of development that they want. If we would engage them and make sure that we partner and work with them, the transition would be more meaningful and actually create opportunities that are more sustainable. I see the university promotes sustainable development. So for us, the stakeholder engagement is one area we didn't do well at Komati, but we've learned that and it's being implemented better. It's not nice to say something is a test case, but Komati was the first. We've done studies for 9 more. We are really incorporating the lessons that we're learning for the other power stations. And Kangala is a hotspot. There are 7 power stations there, so we really need to pay attention in terms of mitigation measures for Kangala district and all the other power stations. That would be it. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm not sure if this. Yeah, this is a very, very difficult one. Prof has touched on the different policies in his presentation in terms of the enablers that we need to look at in terms of us implementing the just transition and ensuring that we cover everybody on the ground. However, as I'm going to speak on from a local government perspective, there are a number of challenges from a local government perspective. And most of the challenges might look like they are not there because there is a policy framework. And from an understanding from a national government point of view is that the policy framework should be calculated downwards where the local government spheres implements these policies. Now, that is a huge challenge. And I think everybody understands who has interacted with local government, the biggest challenges that we have, that there's limited implementation of these policies as local government. And it makes it really, really difficult because the national policies themselves, in as much as they try to resolve the challenges that we have at local government, they are not really built or produced to fit the problems at local government. And they're not completely inclusive because when you look at the problems at local government, if you look at the just energy transition in itself, you will understand that some of the policies, like you're talking about the National Development Plan, who seeks to make sure that the poverty is not affecting everyone. However, I mean, my colleague here was just speaking about how some of their implementation processes and trying to move from the coal mining at the Komati mine has resulted in a disjuncture in terms of the communication, the public participation process. So these are the major challenges that we have. Now, if you look at local government again, and I don't want to be beaten here when I say that the skills level at that particular level is very limited. You would find that most of your skilled people migrate to the bigger cities, and we leave people that are not so skilled in the local municipalities, which are mostly rural local municipalities. And that becomes a big challenge because if you go to a public participation process and there's poor or low understanding of the just energy transition in itself, you would find that, sorry for that, you will find that those public participation processes do not yield what you want them to yield. The people are frustrated. The people do not understand the language that you're speaking of. I mean, if you speak about climate change at a local municipality level, you're speaking about something that is not here. It doesn't exist. It exists in Europe and all those kind of things. And I mean, we've seen it even with us as employees of municipalities who are supposed to promote particular policies. It's very difficult because first and foremost, it has to go to the understanding of these policies and the adoption of these policies for us to be able to implement them. Now, when you start communicating with your local people, if you do not have an understanding and you're not capacitated enough as local government, you will not be able to reach or achieve whatever you want to achieve. Because, I mean, we sit in workshops currently and we argue amongst ourselves on whether we really need to transition. And that, for me, it's really scary because once you sit in a meeting at a local government level and you're saying that we're not sure whether we need to transition, then how are we then communicating the policies that have been enacted so that we are able to achieve this just transition that has ultimately restorative justice to everybody that is involved in this particular sphere of government? So that is a serious, serious challenge that we're experiencing. Now we've got limited infrastructure, which is something that you also address. There is very limited infrastructure. And when we're talking about just energy transition, we're talking about your solar energies, you're talking about your renewable energies and all those kind of things. Now, the skills element at local government is very, very limited. And currently, government interventions in the form of employment, interventions like your EPWP do not even talk to those things. They speak to your like low labor, things that do not need skills at all, and the labor force there is uneducated. So now when you want to start talking about interventions that speak to the science of it, like your renewable energies and all that, you need to start afresh. You need to now, it's no longer you talking to the labor market force that is not educated. You need to move a step further and get people who are going to have an understanding and migrate easily into those particular aspects of renewable energy and so forth. Now, that partnership is very important to be held hand in hand with your universities, with your technical colleges and all that. That is very important, that there needs to be that working together with the local communities, the local municipalities, as well as the institutions of higher learning. Because without those institutions playing a huge role in us upskilling our communities, it's going to be very difficult. Because the most important part is that we need to start now. We cannot start when there is a collapse of the coal mining and all sorts. It is now that we need to prepare for the future. So we need to have a collaborative effort in trying to make sure that we do have programs that work towards upskilling the communities that we're living in. I mean, if you look at the stats results on education in itself in all these municipalities that are in Mpumalanga that we're talking about currently, the education levels are very low. So there is a huge role that we need to play in improving that education level in these municipalities. And I think the biggest challenge, and I think this is also a huge a role that needs to be played by the Department of Basic Education as well as higher education in terms of creating an enabling environment and creating that awareness on technical colleges, because where we are moving towards, you need more vocational studies that is supported by the research and also supported by the higher institutions of learning that University of Mpumalanga. So you're not going to achieve most of these things if we do not move towards that direction. So it's very important. And I think even yesterday we spoke about the importance of sharing of the knowledge that is generated from the higher institutions of learning. Because in many instances, that transfer of knowledge, it's not happening at the speed that one would wish it should. Because when you look at some of the papers that are developed, and I think this is one gap that I've seen, that you would see that institutions of higher learning would use data that is produced from, for instance, local government IDPs. Now, you would find that most of that data that is sitting at IDPs is not as accurate as you would like them to be. And references made on those from that data into publications. Now, we need to start changing that. And we've seen that there's not much of data collection at local government areas. I mean, if you're looking for data at local government, it's very difficult to find that data. So we need to make sure that we have objectives to uplift that data collection so that it's more realistic, it's more applicable and it solves the challenges that we have. Because if we're going to continue working on data that is not that accurate, we're not going to be able to inform solutions that are justifiable for that particular area. So I think it's very important that there is collaboration between us as local government and with higher institutions of learning so that we do start on a base of good data collection to inform our decision-making processes. And ultimately, when we do these public participation processes, we exactly know what we're talking about. People are not going to say that, no, this is not what is happening in our areas. And I think one very important aspect in Mpumalanga is the involvement of traditional leadership. I mean, we're living in a space where there's high tribal authorities in Mpumalanga. The involvement of tribal leadership is very important. I mean, if you understand that most of these people in tribal authorities, they respect tribal leadership. So it's important that we do get a buy-in from those tribal authorities so that we're able to move forward in the same direction so that we don't have political unrest at the later stage because we have not consulted enough. So I think I'll stop here for now.
Straight talk and honesty. Really, thank you for acknowledging the challenges that we have at all the different levels. The criticisms in terms of a non-systemic, non-systems approach. If I may be very frank, the lack of vision of what is the next step. We want to solve each challenge as it comes, but it does seem that there's not a clear vision towards which we are working. We tend to only discuss the symptoms as the challenges, not the root cause, as has been so well articulated by the two key speakers. And certainly appreciating the locality of our local problems, both in terms of a very large utility service provider from an ESCOM perspective, from the implementation level, local government, and the challenges around those. I think one of the clear calls is the role of directed and informed post-school education, and really the role of a university like this, not just UMP, it is not just in this province, but the differentiation in terms of its comprehensiveness and range of additionality that it can bring. And again, how can one differentiate then those influential knowledge transition transformations of higher education and the different role players? May I ask Razigan and Vusi to please come to the front, colleagues, and I want to invite a brief round of questions or comments from the floor for you to share your views. When you ask a question or make a comment, a brief comment, not another keynote, please introduce yourself and indicate the organization that you come from. And we'll invite then the panel to make a summary from their feedback on everything. Would you mind if we point you out if you don't want to? So Devon first, so you second, Rendani. Devon, please. The And I do apologize, colleagues, we're going to insist on the mic. You'll recall the large number of online participants, so for them to hear, of course. Devon, please go ahead.
Thanks, Aldo. I trust you can hear me now. So two very good quick points. One is, from a local government perspective, what do you think is required to gear local government to that point where it's able to build up a pipeline of projects that will have the desired both economic and social outcome? So, and take into account there's something in the region of about 300 and some odd billion that's been set aside for local government capacitation within the JETP. Second is, and this is more broadly put through to the academic institutions, there's something in the region of about 20 billion rand that's spent on skills development per year in the country, right? I figured the exact amount, but just bear that amount in mind. Over and above that, there's a just energy transition plan. In the plan, Mpumalanga has a skills development vehicle placed particularly for Mpumalanga. In fact, it's called a hub, skills development hub, that will work with various skills development players in order to build a renewable energy sector. I have my own views on that, but I'm just going to park that one side. To what extent has the academic institutions mobilized around this to influence government, both local government and provincial government, and I think there is some government officials here, to begin to realize this opportunity, taking into account that the JETP was passed 2 years ago? Thanks, Chair.
Devin, thank you very much. Insightful. Rendani?
Thanks, Rendani here from Nafasi and also at the University of Johannesburg. Comment is to Prof. Gumede. Thanks for the presentation. On the aspect of the minerals and the beneficiation. I mean, we've been an export-led economy on some of these, the minerals. I mean, what does it take then to make the shift? How long are we looking at? At the same time, we also understand that making such a shift has implication for several bilaterals. I mean, that's a reality of making such a change where, not that we made promises, but certain economies continue to thrive on the basis that these are inputs to their economy. I mean, what are we looking at in a pragmatic manner? And I mean, how do we initiate such a path? Because we do understand it's important for us to sophisticate our economy, which implicates employment, because now you've got more things happening locally than just from a primary economic activity point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. A last one, colleagues. There will, of course, be still time for discussions in the next round. Prof. Christian, if you don't mind, we're going to give preference to the first hand and truncate there. Thank you. Can we have the microphone?
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Tato Chabedi from the Mpumalanga Green Cluster Agency. And my question is also sort of directed to Professor Gumede. We saw your statistics that are largely about the past. And we didn't see what that means even right now. And we also have no idea what they should be. So I think one of the previous speakers mentioned that our performance is dismal in terms of the SDG. But how do we even know that when we have such aged data? And I also want to find out, is there any scenario planning that the academics are planning to do so that we actually have a proper vision and we know where we are working towards and where we are falling short? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, with your permission, a few minutes per panel participant in front. Please be assured that all of these points are taken up, will be summarized, and it will also be repeated to continue the discussion in the subsequent sessions after our imminent break. So this is specifically also the approach of this dialogue, is that we keep the issues on the table for us to conclude for clear ways forward as we continue. Who would want to go first? And I am desperate also to respond to some of the questions from Devin, for instance, but the panel.
Thank you so much. What can we do at local government? I think it is very important to understand. I mean, if you've had Auditor General recently speaking about the issues of governance at local government sphere, you'll understand that only a handful of municipalities have got their governance and risk issues in line. Very few of them. So it's important that we need to make sure that there's huge transparency when it comes to governance, because we can speak about building projects at the local sphere, but if investors are not sure that that particular amount of money is going to go to the investment that they want it to go to, it is not going to assist us. We can go on public-private partnerships and try and have investors investing in our local communities to build this infrastructure that we're talking about. But that in itself requires that there needs to be openness, there needs to be transparency, we need to be fully engaged with the communities that we are bringing these things into. So it is important that capacity building programs to build the employees of the municipalities so that they understand the risks that come with corruption, that come with misalignment of funds for things that they are meant for, would not result in us achieving what we want to achieve. Those are very important. So we need to also maybe look at investing as well on technology hubs within these municipalities that are removed from the cities, so that we're able to tap into those technology hubs to improve project delivery as well. So I think those are the important things. Thank you.
Thank you for being direct on the questions, Joyce, because I think there's sometimes a hidden aspect that is not obvious enough. And we think everything is working, but actually it is not. That translational aspect that you spoke about is simply missing, to speak frankly, in most cases. But the awareness is there to focus. And I think that's one of the important aspects for us to continue on, to advance the awareness for implementation, indeed. Ushi?
Thanks, facilitator. The data is not that bad, actually. So there's always a in the collection of data. So these institutions have got the capacity to do that because it's costly to do it. So if you have the data points that go up to 2022, I think that's very good, actually, because you're looking at the trends. But I think you're making an important point that we should also be using as recent data as possible, and there we're relying on the research that we do with students, postgraduate students, and maybe we need to be making better use of that data. So our students here do a lot of detailed studies for their research honors, masters, PhDs in the municipalities here. A lot of them in Komazi. We ourselves also, do studies through our institutional research teams in these localities here. So we do have recent data, but it may not be directly on the just energy transition, and may very be an area of improvement. Thanks for raising that point. The academic institutions, Devon, are trying. First, I think the critical issue really is for us to fully understand the communities. So this issue of skilling, I think it's a bit complex, as the colleagues here were indicating. That you may be saying you want to skill someone, that may be really, really hard to skill. If you're saying you're skilling a person to an alternative industry, alternative employment, alternative technology, and the person, all they've done all their lives was to dig coal, So I think there's a lot of thinking that needs to go into that. We really need to fully understand our communities, and I think a lot of that is happening. We'll be scaling this up, Devon, will be pleased, so you can bring the money. The university is starting a project on this. The PCC can bring the money, so we can scale that up. Lastly, Chair, the issue of beneficiation really, I think, is political in my view. So if the country can't take a political decision, and I think we've not taken a political decision, we know the benefits. The politicians also know the benefits. As you know, we've been saying this even ourselves when we were in government, many years ago. We spoke a lot about benefits. The fallback is always that we don't have the right skills, but I think with time you can build those skills. Thanks, Chair.
Tom and Fubi, would you go next if you want?
Okay, thank you. I think for me, I'm going to close on two notes. It's very important that we assist these communities with awareness. They need to understand what is climate change, what's a just transition? It's as basic as that. Before we come in with our helicopter views and strategies and plans, we actually, the big campaign in terms of just educating the communities is very important, because that will assist them to be empowered to take ownership in the transition. And then 3 words: coordination is very important. Coordination of the different efforts. Collaboration is very key. Even in the skills initiatives, it's very, very key. The university here needs to be working with the other technical facilities that are there. Build of technical skills, I cannot overemphasize. You mentioned it already, it's very, very key. And the last one is the co-creation, which goes back to working with the communities. That was my closing remark. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Professor Mara.
Thanks very much, colleagues, for engaging, and also the presentations that followed. You know, if colleagues don't mind, I think what we've just heard, especially in this last comments coming through, has emphasized something that kind of is troubling me as well. A lot of the things we are hearing is as if, you don't mind I extend from the helicopter, to somehow it's going to land on us, and a question being asked, why aren't we engaging with it? Well, I think it's quite critical for us to also ask the question, who asked you to drop it on top of us? You know, why I'm saying this, you know, I mean, and Vusi knows this as well. Maybe the politicians know too much. I'm teasing here because you're getting a sense. There's certain interests that get pursued, and we can't correlate it with the type of policy that's written and the frameworks that translate from it. Yeah? So, Devin, I mean, to talk about big numbers, which haven't been based on a costing that started with the Unit 1 building up, I can't understand that. You know, who determined 300 billion is the right number? It could be 30 trillion for that matter, yet we are dropped on this. The number 20 billion is put into something. We've done estimates. We know how much skills redevelop. But while we are saying that, government has cut 5 billion out of higher education going forward. So you see, we need to be able to balance these things out. You can't be telling us that there is money, and at the same time the actual budgets of higher education is going through the crisis that it is. We need people to stand up to that and actually say, here are the facts. You are expecting us to perform a particular mandate without the funds. Lucy knows this. It's called unfunded mandates. And we continue along this, trying to do everything based on where we are. So pulling this together, if you don't mind, you know, what's quite core? There's experience from actually doing things. Shouldn't it be that through the academic networks, etc., we highlight those experiences that then cascade upwards towards informing policy? In other words, it's not just an abstract evidence-driving policy. It's pragmatic. It comes out of praxis. We have learnt by doing this, and hence we've changed things. We also need to encourage people to have that sense of letting go of the things that are not working. In other words, continuously trying to do the same thing, talking about big numbers when things are not changing. I want to hazard a comment about this minerals and the issue of beneficiation. You know, we need to be worried about this thing where you pick a winner. Yeah? I'm using this as an example again, empirical evidence to confirm it. We assume because we've got the platinum group metals, we are going to be the future of catalytic converters, etc. Well, you do know other countries have invested in research in alternatives to the platinum itself. And as a consequence of it, the demand for platinum is falling. This is an objective reality where knowledge is applied and alternatives present themselves. That's what we need to be really encouraging. Last one for me is this notion about local data. As the public institution in this territory, being the repository of such raw data from the bottom up, I think is a non-negotiable. You know, and it's that data that we need to stand up with. So if you don't mind, Vusi, I'm going to be rude about something. Yeah, we put up data and we talk about a census 2022. Vusi knows this. We can't do this anymore because due to the what, 31%? Undercount from Stats South Africa telling us. Yeah. How then do we know those locals, those municipalities are the right numbers? No, what I'm suggesting, we need to have that strength, colleagues, as the scientific community, to have raised this with, because all the decision about equitable shares, etc., are premised on that census that we are now questioning. If you can't, from Stats South Africa, issue us with a detailed local-based enumeration, how then do we expect National Treasury to allocate funds according to provinces or localities based on those population numbers itself? You know, so I think that's a responsibility upon us to also push back at these things that are not, let's say, as good as science can produce. Thank you.
Colleagues, please let us profusely thank this panel. Of course, a panel's response is also just as good as the questions or the challenges being asked. So thank you for the insight for that, because from my perspective, it really framed the critical issues that we wanted to identify from this session. And I think that has been done really well. But there's keywords, colleagues, I think that will remain a basis or clarion throughout the day, and that is this notion of trust and transparency, a systems approach, the notion of upskilling. Critical for me is that vision and what is the implementation pathway towards that vision. And I think we will remain with your 3 C's as our clarion call also for the day. Devin, some criticism, and we're looking forward to your remarks in the next session. If we speak of the skills fund that is available, we as a university is not aware of that. What is the higher education integration? And this is not the only university in the province, there's satellite campuses of others. How can that be stimulated to engage, to advance? Maybe it is early days, and we stand ready, if I may speak for the higher education sector then, to be engaged beyond only the higher part of higher education. Speaking of a role of higher education in that complex framework of post-school education. And this is the challenge that has been raised in many cases. So high-level challenges, but really that ability for us to address with the necessary knowledge and skills from the outset what our way forward should be. So colleagues, thank you very much for this delightful session. Professor, please remain. Professor Maikiso, thank you indeed for framing in such an insightful way the discussion. Professor Sutlal, really again for this partnership and vision of the Just Transition Forum and the opportunity that you provide and also the context that you have provided. Colleagues, a round of applause, I think, for everyone. We would like to invite you to a slightly shortened break session. So refreshments are outside on the deck. And if we can return then promptly at 11:45, that will be appreciated. Colleagues, thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. We are going to start with the facilitation of the second session for today. It's not on. Okay. Thank you. Much better. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to start with the facilitation for our second session. My name is Naledi Ntite. I am the Director of Research here at UMP. And I want to stand on the protocol that has been observed by the previous speakers, but also acknowledge our Vice Chancellor who is here with us, Professor Toko Mayekiso, and also acknowledge the MANCO members of the university who are here with us this morning, and also the executives from ASSAf, and also the officials from ASSAf, and the colleagues who have joined us from UMP, our internal researchers, stakeholders, and also those who are joining us from external, from the municipality and from the community. All protocol observed, and good morning. Our colleagues from the previous sessions, I think we've received some few buzzwords that were discussed in that session, and I'm only going to touch on one, which is skills. The previous presenters talked on skills development that must be demand-based. The skills development of the country, of anywhere else, must be demand-based. And I think this is what UMP is also driving towards, also including other institutions in the country. And also there was an indication that we've got a skills migration in the province. And also from the stats that we have seen in the presentation earlier on, the skills migration is a concern. It's something that we need to address also as a province and also as a country. And also skills development, developing the relevant skills. So, ladies and gentlemen, having touched on the keywords, one of the keywords mentioned this morning, I am going to call on the lead presentation for this session. The presentation will be based on civil society engagement. Civil society engagement, and the presentation will not be highlighting the importance of it, because the importance of it is very constitutional. We need to engage the society at large, but we'll be touching on the afterwards. What happens after we engage, the afterwards of the engagement. So the lead presentation will be done by Devin Pillay, who has over 22 years of experience in the field of policy analysis and development. And he has also published a number of articles in that section, and also related to mining Africa, union power, in pension fund investment. And he is responsible for giving effect to the just component of the transition, with a deep focus on employment creation, economic diversification, industrial policy, skills development, and livelihoods. Mr. Devin Pillay, kindly come forward for your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, it's still good morning. Good morning. Morning to everyone in house. University of Mpumalanga, thank you very much for the invite. Thank you very much for the invite from ASSAf. I'm going to try to do this as quickly as I can. I was given 15 minutes, but I might run slightly over. I was up front, so just so you know where. I also want to touch on some issues that may emerge, but if it doesn't, I'll speak it through at the end. So just for those that are not aware of the PCC, yeah, great, okay. So the PCC, just for those that are not aware, was established by the president to oversee the country shift to a low carbon, climate resilient economy. We have something around 33 commissioners, 10 from government. The government ministers are based on their portfolios that have an impact or would have some sort of influence over the transition. And we have around 23 commissioners that represent a range of stakeholders in society that ranges from business, civil society, communities, academic institutions, research institutions, and I'm not sure if I mentioned business, but business. And within business, you have organized business, and you have certain businesses that are represented in the PCC simply because they have such a major impact on the transition. The Secretariat essentially does the work for the Commission. We largely speak to, sorry, this is not seem to be moving. Yeah, great. So what the Commission does is we provide evidence-based recommendations to not just the President, but also to cabinet ministers, provincial political leadership, civil society, NGOs, the private sector. The important, very critical element of the PCC is evidence-based recommendations. The second thing is we try to build broad consensus. And we build broad consensus amongst all the key stakeholders around key issues around the transition. In those areas where we do not reach consensus, we don't make a recommendation. All our recommendations are based on extensive consultation. So after the academic work has been done, we take it through an entire process of stakeholder engagement. Some of those inputs filter into our recommendations that we make, in particular to government. The last is enabling action, and it's not really part of the PCC's mandate. But we do this. The reason we do this is to build capacity and get traction towards the transition. And we tend to do this and get more active around areas where we find the energy transition critical but not moving. And then we kind of lean in. We also tend to lean in areas like skills development, and I can have a chat later around the quantum of work that we're doing around this, and in particular, what's been done specifically for this province. So having said that, oh gosh. Great. So why the transition? The most important reasons for the transition is one would advance is it's climate change. And we've actually seen this as a country. Western Cape, from droughts to massive floods, and a succession of floods over a very short period of time. Likewise in Eastern Cape, KZN was a number of floods over a very short period of time. And what's important to note is these floods, the size of the floods that we are now seeing, are floods that normally occurred once every 20 years. And now we are seeing this either annually or within every 2 to 3 years. It's important to understand what does this climate change, the impacts of climate change on society, and how the impact it has for livelihoods, and in speaking to livelihoods, what impact it has on the economy. So we do know in Mpumalanga, you're going to have, at some point within the next few years, areas where you would have a significant increase in climate, weather, temperatures, to around 2 to 3 degrees Celsius. On the other hand, not very far from those localities, you're going to have massive rain, flooding for 2 or 3 days, and then a series of hot weather again. So this is what we need to adapt to. And what impact would this have on the entire economy of Mpumalanga? That's just one. Similar studies have been done for Northern Cape, well, basically all of the provinces. And what you find is we need to look at agricultural sector, the tourism sector. We need to look at what impact this has on subsectors such as the auto sector. I'll speak to all of this in a bit of detail just now. But most importantly for me is what impact is this going to have economically? Because when it hits us economically, you have, for example, in Mpumalanga, one coal mine worker, taking care of up to 5 to 7 people in a family. So what impact would this have? The economic impacts go beyond Mpumalanga. It goes across the entire country. And understanding these impacts and responding to these impacts realizes the just transition. So, to give effect to the just transition, you will have to ensure that procedural justice is in place. which is a deep level of consultation that leads to a bottom-up approach, where you actually bring in workers, communities, people most at risk in this transition, and find solutions through the engaging with these with these members of communities and workers. You must ensure distributive justice as well as procedural justice is embedded in this entire process, failing which you will not have a just transition. You will just have a transition. And that's what the concern at the moment is. When you look at the energy transition, a lot of that, if it was not for the PCC's just transition framework, would have ended up with just a transition, where you shifted from fossil fuels to renewable sources, and in that transition, failing to take into account the adverse impacts. This is what we do. But it's not just the PCC, it's a plethora of organizations that are involved in this. So why the transition? South Africa has the highest carbon-intensive economies in the world. What that means is the products that we produce have a significant carbon footprint. And where this becomes a risk is in the transition globally. You have the carbon border adjustment mechanism being introduced, both by Europe, more recently UK, and you'll find this more often called different things across the world. What happens is each product that's exported, its footprint, its carbon footprint is assessed, and it is then taxed accordingly, which then makes your product far more expensive. Now, key factor for us is Europe, where we, in 2018, exported something in the region of 226 billion rand. So that's a very key market for us, and we need to ensure that in the decarbonization process, products that we go particularly to Europe are appropriately responded. Now, what would it mean if we don't transition and when CBAM is introduced? The steel sector will be most profoundly impacted. Currently, we're exporting something in the region of about $500 billion in steel to the EU. That would go. Industries such as aluminium, chemical, and polymers, collectively around $100 billion will be lost if we don't transition. The impact of this on workers is quite profound. In Mpumalanga, we focused almost exclusively on the coal value chain. Initially, when we started, there was a huge panic around the loss of about 120,000 jobs in the coal value chain. That's your coal workers, workers in power stations in Mpumalanga, truck drivers, etc. So it was roughly around 120 to 150,000 jobs. And there was a huge push against the just transition or the energy transition. But if we did not transition, we would have lost something in the region of, if we don't transition, we lose something in the region of 167,000 jobs in the chemical sector, 100,000 jobs in the auto sector. That's Eastern Cape and Gauteng. You're looking at about 11,000 jobs in aluminium. So the impact, as you can see, is not just in Mpumalanga, it's beyond. And we need to respond to all of this. This slide I'm going to is just an indication of what happens with if we as a country produce ICE engine cars, and we've got extensive competence. In fact, we're one of the world leaders in this. Now, what this map shows you is how the globe is going to transition towards new energy vehicles. 2030, 35, Europe, big shift. They will no longer be allowing ICE engines to be sold. America's around 2040 onwards. So ICE engine vehicles is a big no. You're going to have a massive decline. So we need to respond to that as well. This slide tells you if we transition and we do it correctly, we are bound to create anything between 1.4 million to over 2 million jobs in South Africa. And the loss of jobs will be largely around the coal value chain and the energy generation value chain, collectively around maybe over 150,000 jobs. So the transition itself is very critical to South Africa's economy. in understanding that, we must realize that the transition would have a different impact in different provinces. And in order to respond to this positively, we've got to have very specific, targeted approaches. So what is the just transition? The just transition is looking at ensuring a good life for all South Africans within the context of being climate resilient and as we move to our net zero economy. Central to this is the goal of decent work, the decent work agenda of the ILO. We're ensuring social inclusion and the eradication of poverty. So we're not just looking at the impact of the transition, but we're going beyond that. We want to ensure that when the PCC leaves a particular area, we have responded decisively to the inequality and poverty challenges. You want to build a resilient society, you want to build resilient economies, you want to ensure there's decentralization, affordable and a diverse economy. Now, as you do this, you ensure a just transition. But towards ensuring a just transition, it is critical you embed procedural justice in the process, which means ensuring people most at risk are part of this decision making towards a solution that we envisage. So essentially, when we focus on a just transition, we want to ensure that we lift people out of poverty, out of inequality and unemployment. These are our primary goals. It's a whole of society shift. It's not just looking at workers. It's looking at workers together with communities, right? So workers will largely raise issues around job losses, around new job conditions, employment conditions. In the very same community, you'll have people speak through issues of around health concerns. And then how do you manage and respond to this collectively so that you're addressing all of these challenges that emerge? So what the PCC does largely is, we focus on 3 I's: insight, inclusion, impact. Insight is where we give as much information that we can to all constituencies. These come in the form of our recommendations or our technical papers. In our inclusion, this is where we practice the just transition. So you have extensive community participation, you have extensive stakeholder engagements, and I speak about extensive, it's not just in quantum, but it's also in depth. So when you leave a particular area, you're ensuring people understand this quite well, understanding these particular situations, their current dynamics at that particular area and locality. We engage with youth, we engage with very targeted groups. So even in the private sector, it's not just broadly the private sector, it's targeting those sectors that are most at risk when we need to develop a particular response for that particular subsector of the economy. Then we look at the impact. The partnership implementation model, which I'm going to speak to in a lot more detail just now, is one of the key impacts of the PCC. The second is what we look at adaptation and our resilience work. And how do we respond to some of those environmental challenges that we are now facing? We look at how do we ensure financing to build capacity within local government, financing for skills development, financing for elements of the just transition. In the last 2 weeks, the PCC released, or is in the process of releasing but approved, the Just Transition Finance Mechanism. This document clearly identifies where funding should go and what are just transition initiatives. Part of the concern prior to that was funding going into activities classified as just transition, but were not really just transition initiatives. These could have been funded through other forms of other funding mechanisms. Hence, the Just Transition Finance Mechanism becomes very critical as we move forward. So, what is the PIM? And speaking through the PIM, I want to state up front that this is part of the various pieces of work that's being done. The province from Mpumalanga leads, together with local government, a very intense session where it tries to extract information towards the just transition at a local level. That's widespread. It covers all municipalities in the province. There's work that's been done by NGOs such as Indalo, such as Impact Catalyst, that focuses on projects to economically diversify particular localities. The partnership implementation model, on the other hand, builds partnerships within particular localities and brings in key role players. So what you would find is we begin to engage very extensively in a locality with key role players to unpack livelihood opportunities as well as deep value chain creating opportunities that will lead to long-term sustainable jobs. On the other hand, livelihood opportunities look at economic activity that will elevate households out of poverty. So I'm going to skip this just for time, but just to give you an indication how this functions is firstly you bring in together various stakeholders, you develop a common agenda, you develop systems around this, you then start to reinforce some of this work with studies that are being done, and then you bring individual players together and you then drive a process. That process is fed through this high-level overview of how the system functions. You have your extensive stakeholder engagements. You have creating what would a common future look like, and you then develop your strategy around that. And this is very focused per geographic area. So what we are doing in Mpumalanga is implementing the PIM in the coal belt. So we're having a particular outcome for the Nkangala district and then for the Karisibande district. Oh, sorry, I should have just kept some of these here. Yeah. So essentially, what the PIM would do is we would, through existing structures, and we took a deliberate decision not to create new structures, but use existing structures to mobilize communities to understand what are their needs towards sustaining their households and what do they see as economic opportunities that can be taken forward. Likewise, you'll be engaging with the private sector fora. Public fora is your government, that's including local government, your districts and province. And finally, we're engaging with unions. And this is, we're having some difficulty around here. I mean, we have general broad consensus on the just transition, but just tying down some unions are proving significantly challenging. So you'll have meetings that are set up, but members don't pitch. And when you call them, they're busy off into some other meeting or some other locality. So that's proved a bit of a challenge and quite difficult to actually pull together. But more recently, we've been able to get a lot more traction in the national offices, and we're hoping this would allow us to gain more traction at a local level. So coming back to the point, the forums discuss individually amongst themselves where they think the opportunities lie. They then do a short list of those that are most likely we could take forward. It then goes into an integrated fora, which are representatives from these different fora, community, private, public. Then at the integrated fora, you have a project steering committee which is made up of policymakers from national government, policymakers from provincial government, implementers from the region, and most importantly, we have funders on board. So what we try to do through this steering committee is identify funding that's available, what activities these funders are willing to fund, what initiatives they would like to take forward, and then bring that and feed that into the integrated fora. So what we have seen so far is, some level of success, is some of the global funders have come in and have funded some serious investments in the province, Mpumalanga in particular, around agriculture. The PCC has just released its employment strategy that identifies, we've initially identified 15 opportunities. We whittled that down to 7, and then we brought that down to a further 4. These 4 economic opportunities include 2 existing economic opportunities, which is citrus and wood. Those are sectors that already exist. But we've identified sustainable aviation fuel and hemp as 2 big potentials to take forward in the coal belt. So part of mobilizing the initiatives around that falls within this particular system. So the partnership implementation model is a bottom-up approach of co-creating, co-identifying socioeconomic opportunities. Emphasis on economic opportunities, deep value chains create sustainable long-term jobs, livelihood opportunities for livelihood opportunities for elevating households out of income. So the PIM is just one model that we're using to realize something, to realize an output, realize something tangible. This is based on work done by the PCC following a number of complaints we've received from the Nkangala district and Karsibande district of extensive consultation processes taking place. When I use the word extensive, I'm talking about quantum, the number of consultations. Following those consultations, there is no follow-up. There is no see-through. And that is why the PCC came up with this model, so that we have a collective working together at a locality to reach an output. So this is where we try to embed procedural justice as a key element of giving effect to the just component of the transition. Thank you.
Colleagues, let's give him a round of applause once again. Thank you for that you had touched and introduced the PCC model that I think most colleagues know about. Some who do not know about, they have learned as to what the goals of the PCC is, and that they work on evidence-based recommendations. Colleagues, I'm going to ask the panel members to come forward. As I introduce them, I'm going to ask Ms. Tato Chabedi to make her way up. Ms. Tato Chabedi, she's from the Mpumalanga Green Cluster Agency. She's in Business Development Management. She has more than 16 years of experience in the field at community development, public policy, stakeholder management, marketing, and public relations. And our second panel member, I'm going to ask him also to come forward. Our second panel member is Mandlas Kwasana. Mandlas Kwasana from ESCOM, from the Duva Power Station. He is in the NUM, he's the NUM branch chairperson. He has about 8 years of experience as a senior technician at ESCOM in the chemistry department. And he's very much passionate about advancing the interest of workers in the energy and mining sector. He's a very active trade unionist and a leader. I'm going to ask them to share their opinions and remarks from the previous presentation. Thank you.
Good morning. No, it's actually good afternoon now. So good afternoon, everybody. I'm Tato Chabedi from the Mpumalanga Green Cluster Agency. And we are a familiar face in the space of the just energy transition. I was recently with Devon in MLO, where we attended a youth summit. And I see Sis Tutu's also here. I was with her, I think, 2 weeks ago at Komati. So those who are in the space, they know we're very active in it. And I heard the previous panel emphasize the 3 C's, and theirs was context, context, context. And I want our C cubed to be coordinate, coordinate, coordinate. We have been appointed as the Secretariat of the Mpumalanga Just Transition and Climate Change Steering Committee, and that is our role, to coordinate, coordinate. What we've encountered when we are in various platforms, speaking to communities and presenting to various stakeholders, is that this area is very fragmented. So you find repetition, you find contradictions, and this is due to poor coordination. So what the Mpumalanga Green Cluster Agency wants to bring to the table is better coordination. And you may not know that the Green Cluster Agency has offices in Middelburg, so we are based in Mpumalanga. So over and above coordination, we want Mpumalanga to coordinate itself. No offense to everyone coming from Pretoria and Johannesburg, but yes, I think it's quite crucial for people who are on the ground, who see what is happening all the time, to have the hand in coordinating all the matters related to just transition and climate change in Mpumalanga. And I think that will go a long way in actually being able to achieve and understand what communities want and what we can do to actually improve people's lives, because when it goes to context, in the end, that is the point. So if we don't improve people's lives, this is all quite futile. And all the beautiful strategies and plans that we have will go to waste if we have nothing to show for it. And that's all I have from the Mpumalanga Green Cluster Agency for now.
Good afternoon. I think in the area I come from, we would normally say good afternoon, comrades. But I see that today maybe I must use a different word. I'll say good afternoon, colleagues. I'm from the National Union of Mine Workers. I think we all know that our area in terms of being affected by this just energy transition is actually the biggest, because we know that the belt of coal is actually based in Mpumalanga, in our area. That's why we've got a lot of coal-fired power stations and also a lot of mines. But I think we must contextualize this term called just energy transition from different points, because the grass will always be greener from the side whichever you choose to be sitting from. From a worker's point of view and the communities, I think it's a different perspective than what investors and the government have. Now, we must contextualize this thing of transition first and the energy before we go to the just part, because I think that is what I want to touch more on. But I must remind you, colleagues, that Africa as a continent is actually responsible for emitting about 3.8% of the total greenhouse gases, versus China as a country that is emitting more than 23% of all the greenhouse gases. Now you must ask yourself, why is South Africa being pushed so hard to make this transition now? Why is China not doing it? And by the way, those that do not know, China is actually investing in building more coal-fired power stations. We recently saw that Germany had shut down their coal-fired power stations and they had to recommission them. And you must ask yourself, are the numbers numbering? And the answer is no. It's not making any particular sense. Also, we need to understand that coal is a commodity that is God-given in South Africa. We have coal in abundance that can last us for the next 300 years. So the question is, why would you want to take away that commodity and you don't want to use it? Why are we not investing more in technologies that are going to deal with carbon capture? Why all these grants that South Africa is currently getting? I think recently we received the grant from the West, which was in billions, but it is all channeled at trying to push us to get going. Why are we not investing in technologies that are going to ensure that we capture these greenhouse gases? Instead, we are being pushed to transition without even understanding. By the way, you would remember that during the dinosaurs era, actually our temperatures were warmer than now. If you read about it, you'll understand that the world changes. At some stage, we had colder climates, we had warmer climates. So there is nothing new that is happening. This phenomena, it's not new, by the way. But I want to go to this typical example because I think one of the speakers talked about speaking from facts point of view. Komati is a typical and practical example. Komati power station was closed in October 2022. And Komati, by the way, was producing as a whole 1,000 megawatts that it was giving to the grid. And that was happening during times where we're experiencing a lot of load shedding. I think now it's being changed from load shedding to load reduction, but it is the same impact, by the way. It means you shut down a power station that was giving you 1,000 megawatts, which is equivalent to one stage of load shedding. You shut it down for what? For a concept that is unknown. Because currently Komati is producing 0 megawatts. And a ghost town has been created, by the way. I think those that are not familiar maybe with the concept around ghost town, we talk about you have people who are working in that area. When you shut down, those people are left with no option but to move away from that particular town. We had a lot of colleagues who were working at Komati who had to leave their houses in the surrounding areas because they had to be redeployed to other power stations. It means now you have a person who is paying a bond to a house that they are not living in. You have no one interested in buying that particular house because that area is a ghost town. Now the question is, where is the just in that? I think the Minister of Electricity himself said it in one of the interviews that if he had powers, he was actually going to recommission Komati. He said it by his own mouth. But I think there is a professor who said something very interesting here to say politicians know a lot. Because today they will say this thing and then tomorrow they will change it. I like what you said, Professor, as well, to say who is dropping this thing on top of us. Is it something that is being forced on us, or is it something that we want to do it for climate? And the answer is no, colleagues. I think the reality that is sitting with communities is you had a person who was selling African food at Komati, who was selling fat cakes to the employers there, who was providing for his or her family. And that person has lost their job. Currently, Komati is sitting as a case study, but the workers are impacted and the communities have been impacted. And the question that we have asked ASSAf several times, did you even do a socio-economic study before shutting down Komati? And the answer was no. How do you implement something without doing a socio-economic study to check whether the impacts are going to affect the livelihood negatively or positively? And ASSAf never even did that. When we engaged with the minister, he was clear to say, I wouldn't have shut down that power station. Then the question becomes, who is imposing this on us? If China is building more power stations, and other countries who are the biggest emitters are building more coal-fired power stations. And as South Africa, while we're emitting even less than 1% of the greenhouse gases, we are saying we want to do this thing now. What is the reason behind that? The other point I want to touch, colleagues, is maybe it is also important to understand with coal what we call the CV or calorific value of coal. Currently, what South Africa is doing is taking a lot of good quality coal and selling it to other countries like India. Now, the consequences of that is South Africa is left to run the power stations with low quality coal, which is affecting your boilers and also affecting your emissions. Those that understand the power station well, you will understand that if you've got good quality coal, you put it inside the boiler and you burn it. If you've got good quality coal, it means you're going to use a less coal. But if you've got a lot of stones, you can't want to burn stones. If you want to burn stones, what you're going to have, you're going to have a lot of coal that you're pumping in. And that will directly result into high emissions. Meaning our problem is actually self-created. We have had scandals, and when I talk to ASSAf senior management about this term, they look at me very differently. When I said, we've got people who are corrupt, who are creating and fabricating all these things that we are having. If we were to use good quality coal within our boilers, our units would last long. I think I was talking to a gentleman earlier to say, when you've got a car, who tells you that this car is supposed to last for 6 years? The car can last for 10 years. You are being told that it lasts for 6 years so that you have that concept. But if you are going to replace a part with a brand new part, is that car not going to tend to be newer? Should be new. The issue that we are having is we are not buying the right spares in ESCOM because of corruption, and then we want to fabricate this story to say we can't handle our emissions. By the way, we've got units that can give you very low emissions, but ESCOM is saying nothing about those. Because I think there's a speaker who also said that we've got an issue of parts. All the parts currently that we are using in our coal-fired power stations, 90% of them are from Europe. Now, as I try to land, I think you will tell me, being a unionist, we tend to speak a lot. I think we need to really start understanding the term just in our own perspective. You can't say it's just energy transition when the people that are going to be impacted are going to be negatively impacted. I've made a typical example with Komati. It's there, it has been proven that it is not working. Why would you want to change something that is working for you currently to something that it is an unknown? I tend to understand that Komati was giving us 1,000 megawatts, and now they want to move to renewables. Solar wants to give us 150 megawatts. Wind wants to give us 70 megawatts. Batteries want to give us 150 megawatts. That is nothing compared to what Komati was giving us. The issue of the lifespan of any power station can be extended. The reason you do what we call a refurbishment of a plant, it means you are bringing back it to life, meaning you are extending its lifespan. But intentionally, ESCOM is not venturing into that because of want to support this thing called just energy transition. There are other questions we have asked and posed to say, we don't have enough wind that is sustainable for us to have base load. What we call base load is load that is reliable, that you know that if I need 1,000 megawatts, I just press a button, I have 1,000 megawatts. With solar, with our current weather, as it now, it means you're not going to achieve your base load. With wind, you are not going to achieve that because of it depends on the wind that you have on that particular day.
Maybe, Mandla, you can wrap up your comments. Okay. Give the audience a chance.
Thanks. Lastly, I want to talk about solutions because we can't be people who always talk and complain. What are the solutions that, or what do we think about this just energy transition? If government really wants to make this just, first and foremost, you must ensure that those solar panels that you want to bring in are manufactured in South Africa. We currently have only one solar manufacturing company in South Africa. In your top 7, you've got 6 that are from China, meaning China is the biggest and the largest solar panel producer, and we are actually going to be buying those solar panels from China. Why are we not manufacturing them from home? Why is money not being pumped into our economy to ensure that we've got manufacturing companies? Your wind turbines, South Africa is not manufacturing any of them. Why are we not doing that? Why are we not investing in ensuring that we are going to produce those for ourselves? The pumps that we use in our stations, why are we not manufacturing them from South Africa? Why are we not investing into ensuring that we've got manufacturing companies that are going to manufacture? And the last point about this, our education system, I'm glad that I'm in a university. Our education system is not built in such a way that is going to promote just energy transition. As a person who studied chemical engineering, if you want to upgrade me to work into a solar panel plant, what am I going to do there? Because I studied chemical engineering. I work with chemicals. I clean water. You are not going to have water there because of you are going to have the sun that is going to be powering you. So all these things are things that we should first start discussing before we get into the part of transition, meaning we must deal with the just part in terms of understanding that how are people going to be impacted and affected. Thanks.
Thank you so much, panel members. I'm going to be taking comments from the audience, comments and questions. Can I have somebody to assist with the mics, please? Can we activate that mic for the panel to respond? Just switch it on, don't take it away.
Okay, 1, 2.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much to the panel and their interesting contributions. I heard the chairperson of NUM spoke about the dinosaur age, and sitting here, I'm actually asking myself that are we able to ask the dinosaurs where and how did they go wrong and what would they've done better? But I think more importantly is for us to understand that in as much as South Africa's contribution to climate change is very minimal, us sitting in rural areas are feeling the wrath of climate change. And I feel that it's important that we start crafting, and I would really appreciate it maybe if we can be given way forward in terms of what are we supposed to do, because the climate change that we're talking about is not coming in 20 years to come. We're feeling it. People are not plowing during December anymore because the rains are not coming in December. The rains are coming at a different period. People are sitting in floods. People are sitting in disasters day in and day out. How do we mitigate against that if we are not going to make sure that, at least in terms of our own contribution of fossil fuel or carbon emissions, we're changing the trajectory and putting ourselves in a position whereby we can solve? And that's why I think earlier on Prof spoke about, let us not talk about saving the planet. Let us talk about saving ourselves inside the planet. How do we achieve that if we're going to continue as business as usual?
Okay. Okay. Now, thank you very much. My name is Professor Kaitano Due from Value University of Technology. And I think the debate around just energy transition is quite timely. But I think for us to be able to engage in that particular discussion, the first thing that we need to do is to be honest, particularly to issues that relates to employees, both in terms of statistical figures that we provide, because then that gives us an ample space for us to be able to find solutions. I'm quite happy, I think, with the presentation from the Presidential Climate Change Commission, particularly given the background in the morning, because I felt like in some instances the debate was to say we are Mpumalanga and we are defending coal. I think what we need to do to engage with, particularly as academics, as civil society, is to have an honest conversation as to what are some of the opportunities that we have in terms of the opportunities that JEST presents. And I think we did not get a sense, particularly in terms of what exactly is available. We did not hear in terms of job opportunities, in terms of entrepreneurship opportunities. Mpumalanga is vast and known for tourism. We did not hear a discussion with regards to how nature-based tourism can play a critical role in this particular space. I think there is a research that was conducted by TVET College in terms of how many jobs can be created throughout the value chain, in terms of if we reskill and upskill the employees that are there. And one of the other things that we also need to consider, apart from the ravaging impact of climate change, we also need to look at the impact, the real felt impact, particularly from a NUMSA perspective. If you look at the population pyramid, I was looking at the population pyramid for Emalahleni, for example, and you compare it to Vow Triangle, for example, where you have got Letabo Power Station, and you've got quite a number of power stations that are located in Emalahleni. If you look at the population pyramid, I come from a geographic background, you realize that if you look at the ages between 4 to right about 20 to 24, you've got a very slim base. And any person who did demographics will tell you, in terms of population pyramid, you would ordinarily, especially when you're given South Africa, you've got a wider base within that age range. And what is the killer? What is killing our children? What is killing our youth? It is the coal-fired power stations. And that debate cannot be removed from the context of just energy transition as we look at climate change. So the pyramid then broadens as you go up 20 to 30. And definitely these are not people that were resident there. These are people that are actually coming into this space, and they affect the population pyramid in that respect. You spoke about China and say China is building coal-fired power stations. And we are approaching a conference of parties. And I think when we go there as the Presidential Climate Change Commission, we need to go with facts. There is a lot of investment in as much as there are new coal-fired power stations that are coming. The rate at which those coal-fired power stations is greatly reduced. And if you compare it to renewables, it's much, much lesser compared to renewables. And even if you look at the carbon emissions that are actually produced by China, they've drastically diminished because there's a lot of investment in green renewable. The debate that we do not want to be left in is what are some of the opportunities that this just energy transition presents. And I think that's a core of this particular discussion if we want to move forward and progressively as a country. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take the last question for this round. Prof?
Thank you, Dr. Mtiti. I'm approaching this both as an academic as well as an ordinary person who lives in society and is experiencing these things. That if we look at the conventions that are controlling people about how they interact with pollution of our continent, and I'm saying our continent because we share a common atmosphere, it becomes challenging because if you would be here or in the villages in the evening, what you smell in the air is smoke from firewood and all that stuff. Well, you smell the pollution literally. But by people who have no choice, they cannot buy gas or anything like that of the cleaner forms of energies. All they are seeing is the resources that are around them. And I'm having difficulty in convincing those to let go of their coal, of their using wood, because it's a matter of survival. And it is the majority of this country that is suffering from that kind of a situation. But I also have a problem when somebody comes up and says, as a country, I will not buy your A, B, C, D because you produced it polluting the environment. Yes, I understand the comparability of how much pollution we are. Pollution is pollution, how much pollution we are producing. But if you tell me that for centuries you have polluted the atmosphere, and therefore now my little survival pollution, I should stop and sit down. You are saying to me I must die, I must lie down and die. Therefore, there has to be these arguments that are looking at both sides of the coin. If we are going to slow down the pollution of our atmosphere and perhaps suffering less consequences, of climate warming up or some increase of temperatures, we gotta look at both sides. I cannot say because I'm holding a microphone here and talking amongst academics, and when I live here I will turn on a stove, electrical stove, and forget about the one who has to live in the same planet but doesn't have those options. Lastly, if we look at Africa, we are one of the African countries that have many more of our people who can turn on a stove, and that stove is also coming from a coal-powered station that supplies, sometimes electrical stove. Or flick a button on the wall and there's electricity. A lot of Africa is in the dark. If you fly at night, you won't see the cities. Those are the people who are using wood. A lot more because They have no other choice. So as a component of Africa, we must argue these fancy things and slow down a moment and think about the ones that actually have no choice but have to use that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues, for those detailed, insightful questions and some comments. There was a comment on saying then, how then do we get to save ourselves, let alone saving the planet? But where do we start in terms of saving ourselves? And also there was a comment, a question, like Prof has mentioned, the materials that we have, they are means of survival. You know, the burning of the firewood, the burning of the coal, it's what one has to survive. Then what support do we give to those? I mean, we should get to support both sides, not only those who are privileged, like we talked about inequality. You know, inequality in South Africa, we are leading. You know, so how then do we get to balance the scale and the usage of those materials so that we get to accommodate others? And also there was a comment also from the usage of coal on the implication of the population, you know, the effect of it on our population. I've just tried to summarize, but please go into in detail as you respond to our colleagues. Thank you. Please.
Thank you. Number of questions. So let me start with the one on rural communities and cooking and heating. So just cooking, it's heating. Interestingly, just this morning I had to leave this session to join another meeting where that very issue was being discussed. How do we respond to the poorest in our community? And how do we ensure that they have sufficient energy to provide them for cooking and eating? And the two big sources is wood, coal, and paraffin. So we know the 50 kilowatts that indigent household gets have not increased since it was introduced. So we need to get, what is this? What is it, and how do we respond to this? So that's a big question that we're trying to respond right now to, right? So we don't have the solutions, but hopefully we will have it very, very soon. And I think it's not a very big challenge to overcome, because we as a country have fairly decent solar and fairly good wind energy sources. So one of the challenges that's constraining the grid right now is the west-east linkage transmission line, because all of the energy that's being produced in Eastern Cape cannot get to Gauteng and Mpumalanga, can't get to the western part of the country, but that will be addressed. You know, I like the question, sorry, Prof, I missed your name. The opportunities that the energy transition allows us, and it's not just the energy transition, I call it the broader transition, is while we're focusing on the loss of possibly 120 jobs in the coal value chain in the Mpumalanga, that's devastating, I understand that. And it's something that we must respond to. And that's what we're trying to do, is how do you make it just? So there's two things that needs to happen. You need to transition existing workers to new opportunities. And what's fundamental to that is you have to create new opportunities. If you don't create those new opportunities, there's nothing to transition to. And that's what we're trying to unpack here. What is it? What are these opportunities that lay dormant in Mpumalanga that we can tap into? So just out of interest, we have mine land that has not been rehabilitated, that has high levels of metal. If we're able to plant hemp in those mine lands, over a period of time, you are able to resuscitate that land into genuine agricultural land. And while you're doing that, you're actually gaining a new industry. So the hemp can only be used for certain things because of the soil, so you won't be able to create any product that's ingested. But you'll be able to create possibly an entire value chain around hemp fiber. So that's one of those new opportunities that exist. It's a multi-billion rand industry. Right now we're importing hemp when we could become a net exporter. And I think this province can actually give provinces like Eastern Cape and KZN strong competition around the hemp value chain, but we just need a focused effort on it. Likewise, sustainable aviation fuel. You have the land, you have the opportunity, you have proximity to the biggest airport in the country. So that lies another opportunity. You know, this is a project. It's called social ownership. How do we encourage? I mean, right now, the REAP focuses on large companies investing in renewable energy. How do we get socially owned renewable energy plants on the ground that's collectively owned by either workers or community members? So we've done extensive work on this, and now we're putting that into pilot. So one of interesting, and I'm hoping it'll emerge, is a very interesting project in Eastern Cape, where there's an extensive interest from a local company to create a plant where its workers will own it. It came from the managers, it came from the owners, not from workers, it came from the owners, and we're getting them on board. Last point. Okay. One of the key interventions, and I think the colleague from NUM mentioned this, is when you look at the entire renewable energy value chain, SARM, which is the South African Renewable Energy Master Plan, has identified key touch points where we can develop expertise to contribute to the renewable energy. So some of the things you mentioned can actually be done in South Africa. But we need investors, and who's willing to invest? People are not going to invest if they don't get a return, right? No one's going to do that. So we need to create the markets.
Thank you, Devin. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to cut you short. But I think your key points have been mentioned, and other discussions can be taken over during lunch. I'm going to ask the two panel members to say 2 key strategic points that are burning in closing. Both of them. Thank you.
Okay, with the limited time that we've been given, I'd like to invite everybody who drove from Gauteng on your way back to go into Komati. And don't go into Middelburg town because you will be lost, but go into Komati. What I saw there really quite surprised me. We refer to Komati as something that has now turned into a ghost town. But the first thing you'll notice is that there's no town in Komati. There was never a town in Komati. Komati is like Enron. If you recall the Enron scandal, where Enron, which was a multi-billion rand company, when it folded, there was nothing. It turns out even the desks were not owned by the company. It just simply totally disappeared. So Komati as a community and Komati as a provision of jobs did not really provide such quality jobs. So Komati never turned into Johannesburg. So it's not like Johannesburg disappeared overnight in Komati. It never was. It was always what it was. And I just want to reiterate what my colleague from Komazi said. For those of us who actually do live in the coal belt, and there's many of us, it's not just employees of Eskom that live in the coal belt, it's ordinary people as well. If you're in Middelburg Mall, you'll be so surprised that it will be 12 midday and you'll see a whole cloud in the sky. For those of us who are new in Middelburg, this is a shocking thing to see. You actually feel like maybe you should run away because it is that scary. And it's just pollution. So to the colleague that mentioned demographics, it's like I also feel like I'm getting sick from living in Middelburg because the pollution is totally out of hand and totally out of control. So as much as we do value all the jobs that come from all the pollution and from all the mines, I actually do invite everybody pass through in those communities. So the price that is paid by the communities that host our power stations is extremely high. So now when people complain about load shedding or reduction, I actually say to a lot of people, maybe the people in Middelburg are taking a break from for a change because the pollution there is totally out of hand, and getting rid of that and allowing people to live healthy lives. We should not have to pay with our lives to have decent jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Mandla, last and closing remarks that take us through to lunch. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I think, colleagues, we perhaps need to, I think when I opened, I said it depends on which side of the fence you are sitting from. I stay in Witbank. Witbank is called, actually, it's one place where it's a joke that we make to say, you breathe in air that you can physically see. That it's the reality. We agree. But what we are saying is, there is a problem, and the solution that you are bringing is not going to assist because you can't want to live if you are going to be hungry, by the way. So you can't say we want to, whom are you trying to protect? Because of the very same people who are affected are not going to have jobs. Mpumalanga is currently sitting with an unemployment rate of 48%. Go to a station that Hydro, for an example. Some of the stations in Hydro, a day they have about only 6 people who are running that plant. With coal, you are able to create more jobs, because at the end of the day, if people are hungry, who are you trying to save? When people do not have jobs. And maybe something to answer the lady that asked a question to say climate change and way forward. I think when I spoke, we did try to provide way forwards. And maybe I must contextualize this to say NUM is not opposing just energy transition. I think I must put that categorically very clear. We are saying energy in its current form and shape now, the country is not ready. I'll make a typical example. To produce electricity, we operate the turbine at about 50 hertz. That's the frequency that you must have. Before you synchronize any unit to feed into the grid, you must achieve those 50 hertz. And I'm glad there are academics here. Some of these new renewable technologies that we want to bring, you can't achieve those 50 megahertz. Therefore, scientifically tells you that you cannot feed something into a 50 megahertz without you achieving it. So therefore, you still have to address that particular challenge. Komati was shut down 2022. Till today, it's producing 0 megawatts. And there are people who are deeply impacted and affected by what we now call load reduction. If you are going to shut down Duva and Kendall tomorrow, I'm promising you that you are going to have load shedding being resurrected. And those that have got means of other sources of energy are not going to have a problem. But those people who are sitting at home, villages, are going to be deeply affected because they won't have anything. So therefore, what we have said is there's 2 things here. You need to focus on new technologies that are going to capture your greenhouse gases. That is a solution. You don't want to run away from the fact that coal is producing a lot of greenhouse gases. But what we are saying is, that is why we even spoke about our education system. It must be developed such we are able to cope with our coal. But what we are saying now, we are basically saying, yes, we've got this global problem, which is climate change, and therefore we must shut down coal. That is not a solution. A solution should be driven by saying what technologies can be used. For an example, you've got a system called fabric filter plant, which is an old system, but it has been working wonders. Even those power stations that are there, it is working wonders. When you go and look at their daily emissions, they are very low. Wheatbank would not be what it is if those systems are still working properly. But the issue that we are having with our government currently, they don't want to fix all these things so that this problem becomes as if, yes, we've got this much bigger problem. And someone who does not understand ESCOM itself will think that, no, we can't solve this.
With respect, you said you've got 2 points, so yeah. Just your last point, very briefly so,
yeah.
Please.
Yeah, maybe we needed to have 2 days for this.
Yeah, very briefly so, please.
And I did say this, colleagues. Good quality coal is one of the solutions that we must drive. If ESCOM would stop pumping stones in the boilers, you are going to have automatically less emissions, less ash, less emissions. Therefore, that is not what is happening. Currently, we are taking poor quality coal, we are feeding it into our boilers. We are taking good quality coal and we are selling it to Europe. And
Thank you. Can we give them a round of applause? Okay, thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you to the panel members, to the lead presenter. Thank you for that, and also for the discussions from the floor. This takes us to lunch, and we are back at 1:40.
Just a brief announcement, with your permission. Thank you very much, Dr. Ntite, for facilitating this very vibrant session. The excellent speakers. Fantastic. Colleagues, yes, so we're trying to make up time. Please keep in mind that many people are leaving this afternoon already on flight, so we cannot end post the final time on the program. So at 1:40, please be diligent in returning. We want to ask you for a very quick group photo outside on the deck. It has been arranged. You can leave all your things here. It is safe. Please come directly outside, if you don't mind, for us just to take the photo. And lunch is right upstairs. Thank you for a great morning.
Toys for the boys. Give me some more. Food for the brood. Give me some more. Free delivery. Give me some more. More festivity. Give me some more. Delivery next day. Give me some more. Free all the way. Sign up from 39 Rand per month. Give me some more.
6 times more hydration with Neutrogena Hydro Boost for supple, dewy, healthy-looking skin.
think Simba got KFC's secret recipe.
I heard. You get it.
Yeah.
Like to it.
No one knows how Simba got KFC's secret recipe. Just be glad we did. Simba rolls with finger-licking good flavor.
shopping. Give me some more to get these eyes popping. Give me some more. Get the meal. Give me some more to fight the feel. Give me some more. Same day delivery. Give me some more. Waiting is history. Give me some more. 6 orders today. Give me some more. Free all the way. Give me some more. Sign up from 39 Rand per month. Some more.
You put a shotgun to your mother's face, did you not? Why did you do that?
We were, I guess, trying to put her out of her misery.
No, you're not a farmer, Lyle. She is not your
So, are we all right? Everything all right? I can start. Excellent. So, good afternoon, everyone. You can hear me? Good afternoon, everyone. Still not a good afternoon. Thank you. So I know it is afternoon, but we know how subjective using the word good is. So at least let's all agree there is consensus. We're in the afternoon. Welcome back. Let's see whether it's going to be good. Yeah. So that's a much better approach, but it also speaks to what I think what we've been trying to develop together since this morning itself. Yeah. And the co-creation of knowledge, brings forward these opportunities to us. Quite core in how we do knowledge co-creation in an organized form where more can benefit is using institutions. And by institutions, we mean sets of rules that set up organizations and a range of ways in which we represent ourselves. Yeah. So this session that you are being welcomed into, session 3, is the National System of Innovation Challenges of the Just Transition. And we've got, as our lead presenter, Dr. Rendani Mampiswana, who's currently, you must tell me if everything is right here, Head of Research and Innovation at Ntasi Water Technologies, and works within the DSI NRF Research Chair in Industrial Development at University of Johannesburg. We are then going to have panel comments from Professor Kanyayo Ojuba from the Faculty of Economic Development and Business Sciences here from the University of Mpumalanga, Professor Juliet Hermes, a manager of Egasini Node of the NRF Scion and honorary professor at University of Cape Town, and we have Imran Patel, the Deputy Director General of the Department of Science and Innovation. So our colleagues are going to constitute a panel. Rendani will do a presentation, and I think that's being loaded as we're speaking. As Rendani comes up and I say a few more things about him, if you don't mind, just a few facts that flow so we have the linkage with our previous session as well. Yeah? So none of us were around even in the year 1860. Right? This is not us going even further back into a different geological age. But 1860 is a year people should make a note of. It's the first time that electricity was demonstrated in southern Africa. There was no South Africa in 1860 as a constitutional entity. In 1927, this is after the Electricity Commission was formed, we saw the first generation capacity of Eskom. All of you are smiling. No one was burning anything. The first Eskom plant commissioned was the Sabi River Gorge Hydro Plant. Not far away. And then, let's think of this, we're 2024 this year. Just 4 years ago, and I know this, I know that others know it from talks I gave, we had approximately 733 million people globally without access to electricity. It's what's called energy poverty. The World Bank has just produced its update this week. 2024 number. 1.18 billion people don't have access to electricity. You see, so there's a lot of dynamics taking place, but I hope in seeing this, it's not sequenced just following each other. You have disruptive processes, etc. And that's where Rendani did excellent work also studying on his PhD, around systems of innovation. And I hope really, Rendani, that some of those come through in the session. So let's welcome Rendani to the platform.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so Professor Maharaj is amongst the seniors when it comes to the conceptual lens on systems of innovation, and I had the privilege of meeting him, I think, in 2020 while gathering data for the PhD study. All right, I'm going to take us through a couple of slides, really making a reflection on the national systems of innovation challenges for the just transition. And I think really to set the scene in terms of the reflection, to start off with, is that national systems of innovations are really about interactive learning around what we consider to be innovation actors, to really attempt to drive three things, right? Around initiation, importation, and diffusion of technologies. So when we think about national systems of innovation, the notion of regularly introducing new technologies is quite key as part and parcel of modernizing the economy, of moving ourselves forward. I think just to reflect as well, because it is a national systems of innovation, there is an overarching organizing framework under the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, that the National Advisory Council on Innovation, every year they go through a round of actually gathering the data to try and understand how is the national system doing. And in parts of the data set that they look at, there is some level of provincial data, of which I'll come to next, as I try and elevate and surface some of the challenges that we have from a provincial perspective. And really what we have at a national level is that you have what we call the enablers, others can actually call them inputs. Then because a system is really about interactions around the different actors, another element that you then want to look at and want to drive is the flows and linkages, that there is movement amongst the different actors at various levels so that you can then have the movement of knowledge, the movement of technology, and the movement of the people as well. And then you want to drive quite a whole range of collaboration centered around this thinking that interaction is key if one is to, as I said, initiate, import, and also drive the diffusion of technologies. And then at the back end, really, then it becomes the outputs, which South Africa tends to do very well from the perspective of publications, not so much on patents, and I think in a number of other technology products, such as the medium and high-tech export, we actually tend to perform very poorly. And then lastly is the aspect of impact. I think it's an area that is growing to try and understand what is the impact of our investment, not only from an economic sense. I think now it's been broadened quite a bit to also include aspect of the social impact. How are we doing in terms of our investment in research, our investment in innovation, as one looks not only what comes out of the system, but also what does what come out of the system do in society over a period of time? Are we making progress or not? And as I've indicated, this area has been expanded quite a bit to move outside just the scientific impact aspect, of which from a science system point of view, there seem to be quite a great focus around citations. But we do understand that while that is important for the science system, it does not always automatically translate in the impact in the broader society. And I think lastly, when one makes a reflections on the systems itself, is that it is actually complex. It must deal with a number of innovations in terms of innovation type. So we're not just focusing on one type of innovation. We're looking at a broad range of innovation that the system must try and consider and be able to drive. At the same time, it must look at different sectors. Those sectors that are going into a decline, those sectors that perhaps must come up as well. So there's a number of things that the system has to look at, which on a daily basis, these things are happening whether we are doing something or not. And of course, the question then is how do we shape it towards the outcomes and the impact that we want to be able to then achieve. On the other hand, if one looks at the sustainability view, there's an element of the profit motive driving innovation for that. Then there's also an element of the social aspect. And I think on this, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation is driving the notion of innovation for inclusive development, trying to really appreciate the challenges that exist in the country and how we can use innovation to then overcome that. So I gave you a view around the system itself in a brief. And then next, we're going to move into some of the challenges. I'm going to try and look at the different sets of data. But I'm highlighting what I call the uneven development, especially when one looks at the Mpumalanga province, as we're actually here today. And what you tend to see really is that from an investment point of view on R&D, things are highly concentrated in Gauteng, in KwaZulu-Natal, and the Western Cape. So the reality is, if we're expecting certain things to come out of the Mpumalanga province while not making the necessary investment, I think we are not being truthful to ourselves, because the reality is, from an enabler's point of view, from an input point of view, there are certain things that we are not doing. And I think it will be unfair for ourselves then to have an expectation that outcomes are going to be great. One can also look at this. So on an annual basis, we get about 5,000 locally granted patents. And over the last 10 years, about 85–90% of those are from a non-resident. And that is just the nature from a patent point of view that we seem to observe. What does it mean? What is the implication for innovation if you're having such a disproportionate arrangement around your local granting of patents? And then when one looks also, as I've indicated there, you see in terms of the number of applications, Gauteng, like for instance, has over 194 versus Mpumalanga that's sitting at about 3. So what does it mean in terms of the R&D intensity and the kind of activities that you're involved in if end of the year there's only 3 that are recorded? I think when one goes ahead as well, even in terms of
even in terms of the publication, there are quite a number of publications coming from the Tshwane University of Technology campus. University of Mpumalanga is coming along. But even then, you can see that even just using citation, in terms of that, just the scientific publication, the province itself seems to be largely on the lower end. And then when one looks at the infrastructure, in terms of driving R&D, in terms of driving innovation, the province seems to be heavily lacking in terms of some of these things. And so then when we sit and we say our expectation is for the province to do 1, 2, 3, it must shape X, Y, Z, while from an investment point of view, that has not been done, then really we're actually asking quite a lot in terms of what the province must do then for us. Then lastly, I look at R&D intensity, expenditure, R&D types, and also from a funding point of view. And some interesting trends emerge where South Africa has made a commitment overall to get up to R&D investment as a percentage of GDP to be at 1.5. And I think ever since we made this commitment, the highest we have reached is probably 0.87. And very quickly we came down and we are hanging around 0.6%, every single year. And, and no one has gone to jail for that number not being, actually achieved. And the reality is if we say in R&D investment is important, if we say in R&D intensity is important, but yet there are no corrective measures to make sure that this budgeting gets allocated correctly towards such a drive, then it means what we're saying and what we're doing is not necessarily then aligned. But what we tend to see as well is that the decline around 2017, 2018 was largely influenced by the business expenditure in R&D. What we have actually observed from a business sector point of view is that they have shifted from experimental and basic research to more applied research. The implication of that is, and there's actually a beautiful paper by one of the scholars from Rhodes University, I think of 2021 or 2022, where he reflects on this in terms of it means that now our business sector has shifted more to near-term targets versus long-term targets. So what does it mean when we now have a private sector that has got a near-term focus versus a much longer-term focus? What does it mean for our longer-term efforts to structurally transform the economy and take it to spaces that we want it to be in? I think this graph here then indicates this shift from basic, applied, and experimental research. It tells you a lot in terms of where's the focus, because there is value for basic research, there is value for applied research, and there is value for experimental research as well. I think when I presented part of this data at the TIPS Forum in 2022, I also looked at how other countries do it, and they seem to be quite a greater focus around experimental research. And experimental research means there will be a focus to shift your research outputs from basic research, taking those into experimentation, pilots, and attempting to drive some level of commercialization. So what we tend to see in South Africa, where we peg above our weight from a research and a publication point of view, and yet we kind of dwindle when it comes to commercialization, is actually an outcome of our own investment. It's actually not surprising that we find ourselves not driving commercialization at levels that we should. The last graph really tells a very interesting story about the separation of government and the private sector from an investment point of view in terms of R&D. What you have here is that government invests in higher education and the Science Council. Business invests in its own R&D. So you seem to have this separation where these two key players of the economy from an R&D investment point of view are actually not coming together. And the question is, what does it tell us? Having a space where we understand from the triple helix model of innovation I indicated earlier on, that there has to be interaction. But yet in one of the fundamental things from being the input to driving innovation, these two key players are actually not necessarily talking to one another. While on the other hand, the foreign R&D investment seems to spread quite a bit in terms of the different areas. I think the last point in terms of this that I will want us to be able to reflect on. Yes, we've got the national systems of innovation, but the reality is there is also a provincial system of innovation, which from the information I could look at, it doesn't look like there is a lot of effort in the Mpumalanga area in terms of understanding what this system is, where is it, how do we go about putting effort to develop it, which perhaps also explain that from an innovation infrastructure point of view, there seems to be actually nothing happening. And I think part of it is due to there's actually no effort around appreciating what the Mpumalanga system of innovation actually looks like, what it should look like, how do we then shape it going forward. And at the same time, when we reflect on the concept of systems of innovation, is the element of sectoral systems of innovation. I think the big part of the conversation that we have in today is actually largely around sectoral focus, to say, how is the current sector from an energy point of view having its behavior up to now? Is it at maturity? How do we move forward from this particular sector? Do we create a new sector? So if there is no appreciation of the thinking of the sectoral system of innovation, then there is no appreciation of what must happen and how do we shift the different sectors then forward. But I think it's important to reflect not only from a national point of view, but to have an appreciation that there is the sectoral and there's also the provincial. And these three should actually work in tandem if we are to achieve anything that is useful for our people. But if one is to bring those two areas together, how do we then make a reflection from a just transition point of view? I think it's important that we make a reflection on the need to create new industries and sectors. I mean, how do we, the economy in the particular province has moved in a particular way. What is the scope for the creation of new industry? I think someone spoke earlier on about tourism. I know TIPS is currently doing a research or a study around the tourism sector in the area as part of the just energy transition. And the question is, what does new industries and new sectors look like in this particular area? And also, I think picking up from the NUMSA colleague earlier on, there are spaces where there's scope for technological upgrading. And the question is, where is that scope amongst the existing value chains and sectors where technological upgrading can move us from where we are to somewhere else, right? And then I think overall, when one looks at SDG 9 from the Sustainable Development Goals, that SDG is for us to understand from an industry, innovation and infrastructure point of view, how should a province look like if it's to able to drive the kind of economic performance that we need, and then ultimately at the provincial level as well. And I think also looking at the data that I presented earlier on, from a Mpumalanga point of view, the R&D intensity is almost non-existent. There is a need to make efforts in terms of how to grow that, of course, with a particular focus on what we want to be researched. The other aspect, which for me is quite key, is to appreciate that in this framing of the transition, there are going to be the winners and the losers. And the question then is, how do we make sure that there's the right social protection? Because at each moment when we make a decision, it's not going to be favorable for everyone. And I think we actually need to be honest about what is possible at each decision point, who will get harmed, and how do we make sure that they are protected for a while, in the very same way that we did with the COVID pandemic, where there was clarity that there are certain things that we are not going to be able to do at this moment. How do we then drive the protection around that? And I think lastly, as I've indicated, at a provincial level, it looks like there isn't a clearer appreciation of the provincial or sectoral system of innovation for the province. How do we go about putting that together so that there is clarity on what the province focuses on from an innovation point of view? I looked quite a bit in terms of the details that is available in the net. There's a lot of work at the back end in terms of what the industrial sectors are, but there's no backing from an upstream side in terms of how we drive that, which makes it very difficult. Looks like our focus is on what we already have, but how do we shift that if there isn't a necessary investment on on the upstream side. I think from there, I thought I'll make a few concluding remarks. And I think really the system of innovation as a whole at a national level, my view is largely underdeveloped. It is characterized by the uneven development based obviously on the data that I've presented. So if somebody else presents a different data, they might share a slightly different outlook. And I think it's not necessarily as yet geared for the just transition. As I've indicated, there is efforts around the concept of inclusive innovation. Does that entirely address the notion of just transition? I don't think so. How do we then balance for that? And I think from the province point of view, there's a need to make investment around the enablers, around the flows and linkages. And I think ultimately then, having a system of innovation that we recognize as a collective, that it is what it is. But also I think what is key is the element of directionality and focus around the just transition, because obviously that's a key thing that the economy then has. I think from a university point of view, while knowledge is not synonymous to innovation, we obviously understand that when knowledge is not there, innovation is unlikely to actually happen. And I think the university is well positioned to be at the forefront from a knowledge production point of view and focus and geared around the just a transition, so that there is some level of evidence-based policy making. And with that, thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Rendani. That's really an excellent presentation as well. And, as you share with us, based on the data, looking at the system, there's normatively what is it that we expected from it. But we need to balance that against what its actual performance tells us. And it's quite important, once we have this information, in other words, we've managed to locate things that are not working, we put in place corrective measures. It's also very important, I think, as you correctly point out, for us to start speaking more about, as you called it putatively, the Mpumalanga regional system of innovation. Because unless we are able to conceptualize it as such, it becomes just an appendage on that national set of data itself. As I hear you speak as well, the question about consequences of the decisions we have taken, and that comes across very strongly. The issues about commitments versus actual budgeting and follow through. This is something all of us need to take to heart, because it's being done on our behalf. These are public good investments. And if the investments don't follow what's been promised, I think it's quite difficult for us to expect the system to deliver. Yeah? So on that basis, and also maybe giving us a sense that, while we may be culpable, we have a mechanism of correcting things ourselves. So let's now invite to join us on the panel here, Professor Kanayo, who is the Associate Professor of Economics in the School of Development Studies, here from the University of Mpumalanga. Juliet Hermes, who works on observations, modeling, and research of the marine environment around Southern Africa, as part of the NRF's South African Environmental Observation Network, and our own Imran Patel. And Imran, I must tell you, this is a very long sentence, but very accurate as well. Public policy strategy manager with a focus on science, technology, and innovation, inclusive development, sustainability, social and economic development, science impact, public management, and governance, where he's been employed since 2006. That's a lot of work that is on, and it's good that Imran will be making the closing remarks on this, yeah? Have we got the mics? Or would you? Oh, sorry. Is that right? Professor Kanya.
Good afternoon, colleagues. The afternoon is already spent, so I'll try to keep within the time allotment. Many thanks to Dr. Rendani for the presentation on the subject. The subject is currently becoming contemporaneous. 2 weeks ago, we were looking at energy transition at the just concluded Australian African Universities Network Forum in Perth, and we were unanimous that the discussion on transition within any domain should be broader and engage the entire permutations of the framework, not just one aspect. So this afternoon, I'll quickly focus my narrative on how do we narrow the gaps between rhetorical aspirations and pragmatic realities of praxis on the subject. This requires addressing both the visionary goals of justice and equity with practical real-world challenges. And the central question in all this, how do we move towards a sustainable economy in a way that protects the workers on one side, communities on the other side, and the environment, and particularly those affected by decarbonization shift? So bridging this gap means aligning our ideals with actionable, context-specific solutions, which obviously comes with several innovation challenges. And these challenges stem from the complex interplay between environmental, economic, and social objectives. The South African economy, as we know it, have been dominated by what scholars call the minerals energy complex, which faces unique hurdles on 3 fronts. 1, heavy dependence on coal. 2, past and present socioeconomic inequalities. And thirdly, the need for new technologies. Now, the issue presents a range of innovation challenges across sectors. Specifically, developing and deploying scalable renewable energy technologies, particularly in rural places, while ensuring consistent energy supply is a key challenge in the country. Secondly, the intermittent nature of renewable energy sources is also worrisome. Thirdly, our electricity grid is obsolete and cannot handle the dynamics of the renewable the discussion we're having. At the moment, we lack innovative policy frameworks that will ensure that the just transition is inclusive, particularly for marginalized communities, which requires some social models. So the big question is this: for those pushing the agenda for an overnight transition, have we designed inclusive policies and programs for safety nets? Last time I checked, the answer is no. Now, how do we now narrow the gaps between rhetorical assumptions, aspirations, and pragmatic realities? I think the central discussion on the issue must be streamlined. No doubt, the subject is gaining traction, but in my humble opinion, I do think that emphasis needs to go to a particular direction. The debate and discussion should focus on 5 broad themes. 1, balancing economic growth and environmental sustainability. Secondly, equity and social justice in the transition. Energy security and affordability. Financing the just transition. Policy and governance. And when you talk about balancing the economic growth and environmental sustainability, you are looking at transition on one hand and compromising economic growth on the other hand. You're looking at equity and social justice. Are we doing this for South Africans, or for the few elites, or for multinational corporations? And when we talk about energy security, how can energy security be maintained during this transition process? Where will the money come from? Who did the exact costing of how much it will take us to do this? What kind of policy frameworks do we have compared to what we need to do? So this brings me to the elephant in the room, which goes back to what the keynote speaker talked about, research. I think we have not done enough hard data empirical evidence to begin to talk about the kind of innovations, the kind of solutions, and the framework to go. As an economist, I want to paraphrase it, that we need to begin to look at the effect of the just transition on income distribution being a key issue in South Africa. We also need to look at it in terms of its impact on resource efficiency, and lastly, on socioeconomic resilience. Until we know these answers, the discussion should change a little bit. We shouldn't be in a haste. And thank God, National Treasury is on board now. They are funding a couple of research on which UMP is also part of it. We are currently doing something to find out the impact on income distribution, resource efficiency, and socioeconomic resilience. And preliminary results suggest that this thing will heighten poverty, increase inequality. I don't know what National Treasury will do with the results when we publish next year. I'll stop at this point. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Professor Kania. You know, as you raised the points itself, it's important. You know, you said it will be published next year, but you've shared with us the result already. Yeah. No, the reason I'm raising this, colleagues, we heard it this morning as well. People talk to us about time lags, and we know there's a cycle through which budgets are allocated and determinations made. It's also incumbent upon us to fit ourselves into that form of engagement itself. So it's really important we take such insights into such discussions before we hear in February or so the minister telling us how the monies are going to be distributed. By then it's too late for us to do anything to impact it. And this comes back to a point you also raised, you know, and it's quite important in us recognizing this. If we look at the balance between, you mentioned safety nets, the balance between those that earn of wages and salaries versus those whose only source of income is grants. And this is an important determination that we need to really factor into how we think about the future and the economies that we are creating itself. Yeah? It's not as simple as we don't have safety nets, but we need to ask the quality of that safety net and whether it's sufficient for the realities of our circumstances. Yeah? And those are the type of trade-offs that I really see emerging from your presentation. I'm sure Rendani appreciates it as well. Yeah, so we're going to shift now to Juliet.
Thank you. Thanks, and thanks to the speakers before me. So I'm a physical scientist coming sort of from academia and observation, so I'm going to bring a bit of a slightly different approach, but I think what's been really important for me in being at this workshop has been learning a lot more about what's being done in terms of the policy and just transition. And I think it's really through this kind of more diverse approach and bringing in different stakeholders that it's really going to sort of have a bigger effect across the country. And so I'm really grateful that I was invited and that I can go back to my NRF Science facility and talk more about this, as well as the great facilities at the University of Mpumalanga. So really, just in talking about what the previous speaker spoke about as well, is it's this essential need to focus on the disconnect between the really ambitious policies and strategic frameworks that South Africa has adopted and the on-the-ground implementation and the problems behind that. And going back to what Professor Rendanzi talked about is shifting that focus from publications to innovation outcomes. So South African research, as we've heard, really places high value on academic publications, whilst the innovation outcomes that can directly impact society and the economy are really underrepresented and underemphasized. And this really limits the translation of research, as you mentioned, into practical solutions for the energy transition. So I think, you know, one of the things we really need to advocate for is revised metrics of academic and research success that balance traditional publications with measurable innovation outcomes. And, you know, look at proposing funding incentives that reward researchers not just for those publications, but for bridging innovations to market or sort of implementing projects in collaboration with industry or government. And this is going to lead to applied innovations, but with really tangible impacts. And this sort of more solution-oriented research culture within the NSI, which we really want to work towards. And another thing, we've sort of spoken about uneven development, and one thing within the NSI is sort of the institutional capacity building and funding. And since 1994, we know that South Africa has aimed for an inclusive and well-resourced NSI to drive development and address socio-economic disparities. But funding and capacity within many historically marginalized institutions, including HBUs, really remains limited, and that affects their ability to fully contribute towards the national goals. We need to really push for dedicated funding streams that target underfunded institutions, particularly HBUs, and propose multi-institutional collaborations where HBUs are equal partners in research, rather than peripheral contributors. And one way to do this is to leverage climate science initiatives to build capacity and ensure that these institutions have access to state-of-the-art infrastructure and cutting-edge research opportunities. And I think of particular importance with regards to what we've heard about, the PCC Climate Risk Report investigated the status of climate service infrastructure and really showed that it was not sufficient and that we need more observations. So the South African Research Infrastructure Roadmap is really a positive example of a national access program for research infrastructure, which we need to continue to grow and expand, and is really beginning to demonstrate impact. And this then really works towards democratizing access to resources and opportunities, allowing a much wider pool of diverse talent to contribute. And this aligns with the Just Transition's emphasis on inclusivity and equity. And then I just want to finish up quickly in terms of addressing climate resilience and the role of local knowledge in what we're doing. So South Africa's transition is meant to be just, resilient and inclusive, especially for the communities on the front line of climate change. And we've heard about some of those communities today. But as a marine scientist, we also have to consider those along the coastline who are really at the forefront. And the climate resilient policies are often overlook the local indigenous knowledge systems and focus on these top-down approaches that don't always fit into the local context. And we need to really ensure the integration of indigenous knowledge systems and local knowledge into national climate adaptation and resilience strategy. And this, again, is particularly powerful in the marine sector. So working towards participatory approaches in which coastal communities, including traditional fishers and local stakeholders, play an active role in the research and development of climate resilient policies. And recognizing the importance of local knowledge will really enrich SA's approach to the climate crisis, making it more inclusive, resilient, and reflective of the diverse experiences of the population, and narrow the gap between policy rhetoric and real-world action. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Juliet. You know, being reminded as well about how important local is, and now giving us the framework within which this local can be enjoined, I think also provides messages for the system as a whole. But while it does this, remember, this is us speaking to the institutions. It's also important we think of institutions as organizations and take on board what's being raised itself. The question about the metrics, a lot of metrics, as Rendani would know, having studied this area as well, is for the purposes of international comparisons. So we do some of that data collection so that we know relative to Brazil or relative to India, China, where we stand. This does not directly feed in to what we need for ourselves and the local information that should drive our policy decisions. And here I think from all that we've been hearing, there's a strong emphasis towards that being localized. Yeah? If you try to think of how do we incorporate indigenous and traditional knowledges, we don't just do that at a national level. Where is it being utilized? It's in localities. So the best way of uncovering it and drawing it in is right there. Some of the immediate climate change issues, and specifically along that, is also where communities mobilize and organize themselves. And here we need to ask the question, if we as a public good institution in a national system that's meant to promote this change, if we are not geared, as Rendani mentioned, towards being able to hear that, bring that on board and incorporate it into our research strategy and all the other strategies that we are meant to generate for government departments, this gives us our ability to speak to the community directly and ensure the institution is community-driven towards that end. Maybe that's also democratization, making our public institutions work for the public good. And maybe that's also the good segue for us asking Imran Patel to also contribute. I'm sorry I placed you in that position. You have a mic. Thanks, Imran.
Thanks. I've been listening since the morning, so I want to make a few points that are not necessarily, because I'm not a keynote presenter, I'm on a panel, that could seem random, but it's to address certain things that I've heard during the day. And the framework that I come is about the outcomes that we're wanting to achieve, which for me is sustainable development. The just transition is a means to that end, in a way. So the first point I want to make is I kind of fully support and agree with the presentation by Dr. Rendani, highlighting the uneven distribution of science, technology, and innovation in the system. It's not an easy problem to solve, and I don't think the numbers tell us everything that we need to know. So for example, to call on possibly the University of Mpumalanga to work closely with CESTI to dig into some of this data. Gauteng and Western Cape appear as higher spenders, It's because we look at the head office of those organizations. So it might be that they're performing R&D and the numbers might look lower than they actually are. So those statistics don't give you a complete sense, because at that level, we would say there's very little innovation happening, and I don't think that's true. So it's a caution that we should treat the data. We need to ground truth the data in a way. I think there is a fair amount of underdevelopment, particularly in areas that incorporated a lot of the former homelands, etc. You know, it's clear those top 3 are there, but I don't think it's as dire as we've outlined, including, and I know that, I mean, you did say you gave me ownership of the report, but NACI is NACI. DSI is DSI, so I can make a comment. They kind of working on the best available data. I also think that in terms of innovation infrastructure, there was a slide that you presented there around science centers, etc. Also, I think it's underrepresenting what's happening. There's a lot that might be in place that doesn't get counted in the systems. But the bottom line is, I think everyone has highlighted this during the course of the day. We need to improve our data. There's no doubt about that. And I think there are also other metrics that we need to look at. So for example, we are trying now in the economic cluster to not simply focus on GERD, because we look bad when it comes to 0.61%. But I'll give a different perspective to that in a sense. Our science and technology activities investment has been increasing at quite a healthy rate. And the question then is, do you privilege R&D as opposed to science and technology activities? Very different definitions, both from the OECD, but very different definitions. In some instances, we may want to increase science and technology activities investment, because this means modern labs, etc. It doesn't necessarily mean the kind of basic research that we need to do. So it's just a caution. I'm not throwing out the numbers, but I'm saying just keep a bit of caution on that. Even if we do increase R&D expenditure, my question is the type of science that we need to do. And this is going to be one of my kind of key points that we're looking at. A lot of the debates assume, and it's the language that you use, and this is where I want to draw on what Rasigan said, that there's something inherently positive about the word modernization. And I think it's in places like this, it's in the global south, that we need to show a different way of doing it. I think we're replicating too much of what is happening in the global north. It's just not sustainable. It's just not sustainable. So even the kind of strategies that we think about for the deployment of renewable energies, etc., we need to look at community-owned grids as an example, you know. And in the rush, and I think this point was made, we are rushing around certain things because there's pressure to contribute. This is where I would agree with my NUM colleague, that we have to do the pace of our just energy transition. Where I wouldn't necessarily fully agree is that I think we, particularly South Africa, because we are a big emitter as compared to the rest of the continent, we need to play our part. Even if it's a 1% part, we need to play our part. But the pace at which we do this is something that I don't think we're spending enough time around doing. And we need to be tough nut negotiators. If we're moving at a pace and we're wanting to contribute, because it's all about the kind of shifting the global agenda, we need to put the mitigation and the adaptation on an equal footing. And in fact, not necessarily an equal footing, I would privilege adaptation at this point in time. So when we are talking to communities about mitigation and just energy transition, we're talking about getting rid of the coal mines, etc. We need to look at the co-benefits as an example. Air pollution is part of this, and that's where adaptation comes in. It's not only about using adaptation in response to the mitigation challenge, but it does create opportunities for us to look at new ways of doing things. I think hemp was given as an example. So the second point I would make is that we need language. I think South Africa, I enjoyed the just transition approach. I, like some other people, have a trade union background, and it comes with that. There was an immediate resonance, but I think it's been hijacked, in a sense. So it's just mitigation. It's It's not just transition. And so we need to, in fact, reframe the debate in some way and say that what we're looking at is sustainable development. And this is where I would want to kind of fully support, and that's why I think we need to be developing localized capabilities to understand local conditions. I'm a big fan of a pluriversal way of thinking about it. I don't like the word universe. It implies that there's only one way of doing things. I think there's a pluriverse of possibilities, and we need to evolve the pluriverse of possibilities so that when we have a discussion here today, and we have a discussion in another part of the province, it should be a very different conversation because we have privileged the local in a sense. So for me, those are the challenges for the innovation system. So I want to come back to the innovation system. And it does put a challenge on us working with the institutions in the NSI to change a whole lot of other things. How we fund, how we support, what do we privilege, et cetera, et cetera. And although I kind of enjoy this, I want to be a bit of a radical in this instance. Again, I think we've once again privileged the commercialization aspect. I prefer the word socialization because it's not just about taking new innovations and finding a commercial market. We may need instruments to allow for the rapid deployment of certain innovation, even if they don't have a commercial value proposition. So the words are kind of important, and I don't think we've actually cracked that nut. And my worry is we're spending too little time thinking about a kind of an indigenous approach to innovation that we need to kind of materialize. I would really argue for stronger links with the Global South. The last thing that I want to kind of conclude on is that I don't think we're doing enough work on lock-ins or systems changes. A lot of the, I think moving from a fossil fuel dominated to something else means you have to look at two things, the system and lock-ins. I was told, by the way, that we are kind of talking about electric vehicles as the solution. But if you take the net full cost of an electric vehicle, full life cycle cost, going back to the mining, it has a higher embedded carbon content than internal combustion engines. So we would then sell and privilege like the Teslas of the world, etc. And this is part of the point that I want to make, whereas we haven't necessarily looked at the full life cycle cost. So instead of just looking at electric vehicles as a solution, and Aldo knows this, we've been working with a consortium called the Transformative Innovation Policy Consortium. The framing has to be around the system. The framing is about mobility and not about transport. Electric vehicles are means to mobility, but mobility can change in other ways through changing the design of your cities. I mean, apartheid spatial patterns still means people are forced to travel long distances, create local opportunities. So that system way of thinking is very important. And then comes in the question of lock-ins. There are lots of lock-ins. And a big lock-in is the way that we think about progress in the kind of science system. And it's my bugbear. That 14% that we talk about, it kind of irks me when we have discussions in the science system and we put people like Elon Musk on a pedestal. It's not the way to do it. We need more democratized forms of innovation. So even when people come and argue and say, hey, DSI has to support us because we could be the next Elon Musk, I said, oh, you've gotten on the wrong side of me. Because I don't think our role is to create more Elon Musk. Elon Musk took public funding, took advantage of that, and the returns, as Masukuto would say, is that the risks are socialized, the rewards are privatized. So what we need to do is to look at means and ways of socializing both risk and reward. So like I said, it's a set of random kind of observations, but I think ultimately there's a lot to think about, and the Just Transition is forcing us to rethink this, and a lot of other things need to change. The way we do things, what do we privilege, who do we look up to as kind of role models and observation, what are the stories that we would like to tell as successes? And I think we're not doing enough of those things. Thanks.
So thanks very much, Imran. You know, as you speak as well, us continuing to re-emphasize improving data cannot be lost in all of it. Because somehow that also gives us our raison d'etre. Why are we here itself? And part and parcel of that is creating the knowledge around what's taking place, and also in terms of us thinking ahead of it. So again, like I think everyone found the resonance with the just transition coming from labor, you'd also accept that notions about decolonizing the curricula come from the student movement. Yeah? I'm raising this because we must push that further. Decolonize the policy and strategy. That's what you're also telling us. Why are we just following, you know, the pattern of those that control the world system, yeah, and allocated to us a peripheral role in it, yeah? But for us to unpack that, you know, I think it's quite important, recognizing, as you say, and it will be quite good if this also comes out of that public policy framework of DSI, recognizing how important diversity is, making these leaps that mobility is the object, not the vehicle. And I can also tell you empirically, we cannot afford to have another Elon Musk in terms of what it's actually. This is just numbers, people. We can't afford it, yeah, math-wise at least. But that links to a point that's also important that we need to invest in. What is the true cost of what we are doing? This is not reflected, as our professor would tell us, in prices. Prices reflect markets. Costs reflect all of the issues that you've raised itself and how these are put together. Out of this, it's not only lock-ins, colleagues. There's also the lock-outs. In other words, the areas of research that we are prevented from moving ahead on because others already have a stranglehold through patents and a range of other instruments that are used to exclude us from that. So this kind of rethinking also, it isn't something that can only take place, as we're hearing, at a national level. We all may carry a green passport, well, most of us, I think. Yeah, passport, I said. Yeah. That's for the whole of Africa. Yeah. But it's important for us to be working with others in this. Yeah? And I think there is sufficient, as Imran pointed out towards the latter part of his engagement. The Global South are our natural partners. And it's no longer that we need to have national-to-national agreements. People's Republic of China has now opened the door towards local governments speaking to local governments. That's something that we need to embrace and draw in. Us participating at that type of level will help us improve from the bottom up the policies then that national creates for us. I hope this gives us a sense that there are a range of possibilities, and it's all not maybe as dismal and gloomy when we only look at the numbers itself and the fact that we've not met targets. We still have to answer Rendani's question. Who takes responsibility for not nearly tripling what we need to be spending at this point? So, colleagues, it'll be late in the afternoon, and we do have the opportunity for colleagues to also raise questions for our eminent panelists and keynote speaker, Rendani. Do we have any takers, please? There's three, just together, and a lady on the other side, yeah?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Mdum Konza. I'm from Tegata Kongwane Institute. We are an Afrocentric digital and green economy research company. We have been in the municipal space for many years. My background, of course, is in digital technologies, even though we have not mentioned how these digital technologies come to play in just transition. We have been working on one concept which is more about digital inclusion, etc., which is applying here to say, how do we bring communities to play their part? You mentioned the indigenous local knowledge systems that are there, which you are not tapping on, all the community-based assets that are lying idly when our people can be making use of them. We then came up with a program which focuses on our strengths as Africans. Previous speakers mentioned how we import technologies and very little gets done by us as Africans. How do we reverse that? How do we create opportunities for our people to develop their own unique products that they can patent and export to the rest of the world? What we are missing is the creative element of us as Africans. Where is our creativity lie? Okay. Our systems tells us whatever comes from Europe and America is good, and we overlook our own. We're a creative nation. In order to solve complex challenges or problems, we need creatives. Where are the creatives? The creatives are the people who make music, who make poetry, who are artists and so on. And all those people are not involved in these kinds of engagements. In my other life, Chair, I'm an abstract artist. And I've been doing this for many years. It has come to a stage where I've come up with a concept of art, which means art as a driver of innovation. It's a simple concept, but very encompassing, very impactful. What you need is a pen and a piece of paper. With that, you are started. This becomes your IP, your sketch, which is not a Mandela or a house or what, something that you imagine that talks to your heart, your feelings at the time, whether you are happy or sad, but it talks to you. You can put this sketch on the board and tell a story about it as to what was happening in your mind, what you are having we are having in mind. Now with the digital technologies becoming available, we now use artificial intelligence to unlock the message in those abstract art. And I can tell you, new products, new designs come out of that. A gogo who is 80 years old can do it. A kid who is 5 years old can do it. The important issue here is that the science and the research comes as a result of that piece of abstract art, because the person realized this looks like a design for a motor car. So he is going to go and research what is needed to make a motor car, a vehicle. So in that way, you get people to be included. Our approach, therefore, Chair, in conclusion, was that we need a disruptive approach here. We need something that will take the whole nation, okay, to focus on this science and innovation in a different way. We have 4,668 wards in the country. Let's do the sums. If in each and every ward we can have 7 innovative solutions dealing with whatever challenge the community has, you can imagine how many of those will evade to some patentable solutions, et cetera, et cetera. That's how we create new industries. New industries will not come from the way things have been done. We need to disrupt the way we think, the way we engage, and the way we do things. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. You know, a very good contribution, and also we allowed for the length. As you said, there was an exclusion of cultural input as well, and it's quite important you raise it in that form. The colleague just in front of you, please.
Thank you very much, speakers. I'm Dudus Beya from Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Land and Environmental Affairs. I think in 2020, we wanted to come with Innovation Hub in Mpumalanga. So we're looking for options to say, how can we do that? Because we are looking to say, there were a lot of initiatives that were coming from the local people. And then in terms of the sectoral and in terms of how government can do their work better, we failed dismally because like we have to get some money and you don't know how complicated it is. If you have an idea and that you could think that is going to work innovatively, but it's not being supported. So I think Rendani highlighted on the enablers. If you just check on the enablers on ourselves, is the institutional arrangement, is the policy alignment, and the rest part of it is the funding and financing. Those requirements that are coming outside of the country to fund projects that are really have a feasibility or standby to be innovative, it's not being supported. So somewhere, somehow, and when you look, basically, they come at nationally, and then if nationally, just like now with the partnership that the president has done, they come at nationally, national decide to say what is going to go on the ground. What I've noted that we don't listen. I don't know, we are fully hearted or whatever, but somewhere, somehow, we have solution on the ground. Just like now, we are busy talking about Komati. I've lost the count how many research studies has been done for Komati. Without them, they only have 11-page report from their side. Nobody has ever seen that report of their needs and their situation and what they really wanted. Others, they came with 100 pages talking about them on the research without understanding their needs on the ground. And they have solutions for this just transition. So somewhere, somehow, I think we really have to need to wire ourselves as researchers to say, if we have so many researchers along, why the situation is like that? Because now we are not looking at the root cause of why are we here. We are just looking at the surface part, and then we want to deal with that. We are not gonna win this war. And as part of it, more than anything, in the space where I'm sitting, I'm dealing with community, I'm dealing with municipality, nationally, all the other departments, even the private sector. But if you check basically on the innovation, on the research, they're talking about totally different issues. I think Beauty Mazibuo, he has indicated to say they've already done the socio-economic assessment. But when they are talking about others, they say, we are not quite sure whether they've done it or what, because it's some other of the studies are not at exposure. It's only one that is publicly available. The other ones are not public available so that you can understand how much initiatives and innovations that you need to come up from that. Maybe just to cut a story short, we visited one guy in Leandra. It's a young boy. He has constructed one of the best machinery innovatively. And then it produces gas, petroleum, and diesel at once. He conducted that with waste material. And as part of it, now he can be able to get a gas for the go-go, and then after that, producing 3 liters of diesel and 5 liters of petrol with one machinery. If you look at this innovation, it's very complicated, but he understands it very well. But now he said, like, no, I have to go to China. They say in China, if I can bring this machinery, I could do something. Locally, there are innovations. But it's just that you are focusing more on the international, what they want. So what we kindly request, come down to the community. You are going to be so surprised, and you're going to get a lot of innovation that it can be scale it up to the to commercialized and research more on that, what kind of issues that needs to be done. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. I just want to say to Dr. Rendani, now that we've already been exposed to provincial contributions to GDP in the morning, how come you emphasize comparing Mpumalanga to Gauteng when we already know that, Mpumalanga is comparable to the Eastern Cape or Limpopo? So I'm a bit concerned with the conclusions we have that Mpumalanga may be underperforming in terms of innovation patents relative to Gauteng, but are they comparable at all? And I also want to say to Professor Kanayo, now that you've given us insight into your study, that JET may contribute to increased inequality and poverty, Yet we had an earlier presentation that showed us that the Gini coefficient of South Africa is already out of control. So what is causing the current inequality and poverty? If you're saying JET is going to cause it into the future when it is eventually fully implemented.
Thanks so much for that. It's also a very good technical question. What's going to turbo boost? Naledi, please.
Thank you. I think my question ties to her first comment, saying that Rendani has presented great data on output, the creative and the publications. But what was missing for me was the drivers behind. You know, we are not equal. So what could have been more beneficial was for you to show the per capita rate. You know, universities are not equal. They don't have the same workforce, same academics, same researchers. So you should have shown that workforce behind, because some you may see that it's not even 1-to-1 ratio. It might be even less. And the number becoming high, it doesn't mean that there's progress or there's production in that institution. No, you may be surprised that with those with small numbers, but the per capita, it can be even 1-to-1 or 1-to-3 or even more. So I think that was missing for me. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Lady. So in terms of our panel itself, and also taking into account time, if it's all right, we start with Juliet and we'll roll our way across. Professor we're going to end with you on this point in this flow. Just remember that.
Yeah, that'll give you some time. But I just wanted to make a quick comment. I think the rest of my distinguished colleagues here. One thing we've talked a lot about innovation within the communities, and I love the idea of Innovat. But one example that I wanted to highlight that's been really successful is the ESCOM Expo for Young Scientists. And that's really okay. It's not within communities. It's really aimed at schools. But some of the innovation that we've seen coming out of that and how those learners then get bursaries, they get picked up and they get to go on with their innovative work. So I think that's one thing we should really tap into and look at how we can, make it go further.
All right, thanks. I will attend to Tato's comment. So I think what I was trying to do with this conversation, so I mean, I've stayed in Mpumalanga in the past. So from an industrial side, I think we've got a lot of maturity in terms of existing systems, and that's what contributes to the GDP numbers in terms of on the industrial side of the system. I think what I was trying to point towards is that in terms of the investment, in terms of shaping us forward, there seems to be an underdevelopment on that part. Of course, using the data that's available that I've presented. So the whole idea is, while we are still enjoying, what the SASOL, what the ESCOM and other industrial players are able to do, if we don't inject investment on the enablers, on the flows and linkages to allow us to shape the province forward, we will have difficulties when these industries or the actual companies then are not able to continue due to all the other challenges that I've invested. So I was actually building a case for us putting focus on the province and elevate the conversation about a more nuanced, agreed Mpumalanga regional system of innovation, of which I think is beneficial, elevates the university, allows us to have the conversations which are perhaps not being done under this framing, which allows us to create the one language. So I was actually here to assist you.
Thanks. I didn't pick up any specific questions to me, so let me conclude by just a few comments. One is, I think the Prof raised the issue of the minerals energy complex. It's just to draw on the first point, and that emerged in time. Minerals was first there, and then they needed the energy. But I think we have an opportunity to craft a different kind of a complex in a more deliberate way. And this is some of the work that Carleta Perez does, saying those two big drivers are the digital and the kind of green or environmentally focused innovation. So I think this province has an opportunity to kind of think from first principles, what would a digital green economy look like that can replace the minerals energy complex in a phased and managed way, as an example. And then the two other comments I wanted to make is, one, I think you're right, there's a lot of innovation on the ground, and we need to harvest this. I mean, we've started on a small scale a grassroots innovation program as an example. Those things needs to be grown. So again, I like the fact that we need to talk about innovation as not just big corporations, not just Samsungs, etc. It comes from all places. So I can always put you in touch with people in that instance. And then the last comment is that one of the areas we need to think about more is business model innovation. I mean, a lot of the ones that kind of took off in a big way in terms of becoming the established practice, it was not the technology where the real innovation happened. It was about how to create the business model around it. However, the business model was one which was based on the fact that you had a growing middle class in many countries who had disposable income. So they created markets for things that they thought people needed, which is unsustainable in the same way. If we have a society that's very unequal and it's grand space, I think we have an ability to be a laboratory for different kinds of things to do. I mean, I think in Brazil they use conditional grants in a way. I don't think we've used that enough. You know, we provide grant payments. I don't say you must reduce the grant payments. A lot of people are just surviving on that. But you can use that to build on it the ability to create specialized instruments that allow for new markets to grow, more productive markets. So I think there's a bit of thinking that needs to be done to bring the technologists together with the business people to think of more appropriate business models for a context like ours. Thanks.
Thank you very much. My answer is short and straight. I don't know. We have tried several permutations and scenarios on this, but I can assure you the answer is negative on poverty and inequality. However, that's why I said early next year the results will be published to enable experts to look at the model, to enable others interrogate the findings, have a wider discussion. I will surely give you the link to the publication early next year, so you can find out what is actually driving it. But from all indications, it's not looking good on that side.
So you see what happens when you pass the mic along. We've ended up with an accumulation of mics on that way. It wasn't deliberate, but I raise this because we are learning as we're doing things. Our ability to respond and respond to the reality, not abstractly what it should be, is something that's come across very strongly during the course of the day itself. So you'd also note I'm fudging on this between rhetoric and reality, the rhetoric being what's written on the program and what time we actually are on at the moment. So on that note, if you allow me, I pass it over to Himla Sudyal, the Executive Officer of the Academy of Science of South Africa.
Well, thank you, colleagues. I think we've been treated like to ice cream and sweets, a kid in a candy store trying to decide, do I want to grab the sweets or do I want to grab the ice cream? My head is spinning because I'm a human geneticist. I identified with the first slide on that evolution trajectory and came down to the question of why we are known as Homo sapiens sapiens. Still don't know why the double barrel, but in any event. But I think I have to first congratulate both Rasigan and Aldo for putting together such an appropriate program. You know, you had the foresight of bringing into the room people who come from varied disciplines or stakeholders who shared their insights, brought in issues related to things we uncomfortable to listen to. and you did it in a very, very professional sort of way. So starting off with the contextualization of why a just transition, and then being told what is the just transition. And we've heard views from points from economists, how this science is being conveyed, and what is the employment issues around the way the science intersects with production on the other hand, how all of this is synergized in the policy environment. We had some very, very eloquent presentations also from the perspective of Eskom. You know, Eskom sometimes when we're going to load shedding, oh, we swear. We swear from here to Timbuktu. That's bloody Eskom. But anyway, you gave us such an eloquent presentation, bringing into perspective, you know, what you are really doing, and that the fact that you still have the community at the heart of it all. We had another very, very good presentation from, you know, the municipality perspective. We are all in the 6th administration have been sold the idea of the district development model by the president. How do we intersectionalize activities from the local to the provincial to the national level? And you know, sometimes we have difficulty in really understanding that. And what we heard today was, you know, what is the purpose of municipalities? What are some of their challenges? And the fact that one of the things we, as an academy, and those of us in academia in general, contribute to without many kudos or pats on the back, is that we provide the skills and the transmission of knowledge in formats and packages that are fit for purpose in various sectors of our economy. And we tried a couple of years ago to engage with SELGA and tried to see to what extent, especially during the COVID pandemic, that we as the academy, bringing the backbone of academia, could help and assist at the municipality level to complement the work of the researchers. I was unaware that SELGA had such a industrious research arm and component to it. So we learn as we go through all of the activities. The insights from civil society were also very good. The work of the commission and how these impact at the societal level was also very eye-opening. We had the view from NUM and from Green Cluster representativity, and I'm going to come to the crossroads that we are by just reflecting on what we listened to earlier. And then the last session on you know, the challenges in innovation is also a very good eye-opener, because we are within the national system of innovation. We are sold, you know, the air, the water, and the food as being science, innovation, and technology. You know, it's like, can you do the one without the other? And so, you know, that's food for thought, really, to speak to. And throughout the chairpersons engaged with the panel and had us as the audience to have opportunities to speak to things. So what I got out of this was the messages of to have a look from both sides. It all depends on which side of the camp you are looking at the problem, hey? And how do we save ourselves versus what our humanitarian and human factor goals should be to save the planet. Now think about this. I always say when we have, you know, we grow up on the triple challenges, etc. Which one do you throw money towards, or which one do you feed? Because all three are equally important. And so we find ourselves at that crossroad, and then we look at, you know, the vast majority of people who are living in the poverty zone. And if they were in the room, I ask myself, what would be their voice? And many of the speakers alluded to the importance of taking the complexity of the problems that we are facing to the coalface at the level of the individual who is representing our society. So I think we leave here with some insights into that crossroad. Which side do you want to fall on? And I think we can't really pick a side because there are strengths and weaknesses from both sectors. And this is why I believe these sorts of discussions are vital. As I said in my earlier stance, the academy is the neutral broker. We are like the gel. We can take the pieces and gel it and get a clearer picture to emerge. And so this is just the start. This is just the start. We are like almost 4 years into our Just Transition Forum. And I was listening very, very carefully to the interpretation of just transition. And then there's many, many points to that, but healthy inputs from all. And going forward, and I still have to discuss this with my steering committee within the EXCO of the Just Transition Forum, but I think that we shouldn't stop here. We've started the cascade. We have great partnership now with this university. You seem to be the nucleus within the zone of being able to draw all the players together. And I think going forward, we should kind of make this like an annual event so we don't lose the momentum. But we can discuss that a lot more later. But I'm supposed to be doing a facilitated discussion, but I know I'm doing a monologue, more like a summary. I'm going to allow me 5 more minutes before I hand over. Is there any burning question that anyone in the audience has that you would like to raise, and if you remember who it is you want to raise it to, if you have not had a chance to ask that question? Is there anybody here that lost out during the discussions while we were rushing through the morning session? No. Is there any? Oh, yes, ma'am.
It's not a question per se. I think they ask about the climate technologies of the tourism, aviation fuel, art sector, and what. Currently, all those climate technologies, we've defined them, and there are projects that are already attached to it. Just like the hemp. I think 20 kilometers out here, there's a hemp farm where they are processing, they're making bricks, they're making all these things, but it's not at a high level. So somewhere, somehow, on the technological side, we would really appreciate more research to be conducted basically on those, so that we can look at the whole value chain that is connected to that. And if we can start here in Mpumalanga, it will blossom very well to use even our pre-mined area to say what opportunity can come up on that. Because now it's just a thought of, but we might not be able to unpack it a little bit when you go down to the deep to say with 400,000, maybe 4,000 hectares, what is it that we can do? Currently, I've been thinking of botanical garden. It might not be a feasible way. So, but the technology and the research, if it can be put on that, it will assist us a great deal to transition in a very fair way.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Not to say that Prof must give us all the information on his paper, but I'm really interested. I know he spoke of the model and its dire outcome, but I wanted to find out, I mean, most of us are sitting here today and we're saying the unfortunate part is that we don't have a vision. Where are we going? What is it that we're going to? So we really haven't kind of like developed something to say this is what we want to see in terms of a solution. But I would like to understand, are there any things that have been inputted in the model to say, if you put this particular innovation in place for just transition, this would be the outcome. If you put this particular solution, and not necessarily us saying, okay, will just transition work in the absence of any other solutions that we might have, that we might put in place in the, because if we're saying we're getting rid of mines, there must be something that we're replacing it with. And what would be the outcome in that particular model if we put the different solutions that are being suggested in all these talks in that particular model? What would the outcome still be dire?
Yeah, I don't think he has that that magic glass, you know, that the globe that you look into, the futuristic. But it's, Prof, do you want to have a go at responding? Yeah, yeah. Yes. Yes. Into the model.
Until we have these new innovations,
yes,
then we will not be able to see what the effect will look like.
Right.
But from the ones we have put into the model is dire. So
yes,
until we have these ones to put again to the model, we will not know the final answer. So that's why I think this discussion should continue.
Yes.
There's no one size fit all for this problem of just transition. It should continue, and we should be careful not to rush the discussion. The dynamics are too wide for us to say we must change overnight.
Absolutely. So we know where we are, and we think we know where we want to go. And now we need to understand what is the connectivity to where we are to where we want to go. And we need the voices with the expertise to guide that interim pathway. And like everything in life, there are going to be challenges and bottlenecks. There are going to be issues related to strengths and weaknesses. And how do we maneuver our mobility through that kind of tunnel till we get to the other point? And I think in this house today, we've touched base on some of those issues. And I think both the comments that came up could serve as excellent ideas for planning for the next meeting, because it will give us all a chance to think about it. It will give us a chance to bring the people who are the thinkers and the strategists around these areas into the room, so that as a collective, we build up. We don't want to lose the momentum from this discussion. We need to build on it to get to that other point. And then we know the specialists who are the modelers and the developers who could change parameters here and there, because we have the statistics. Even though we may say the statistics may be totally correct, but we have a starting point, and it could be the lower base of the problem. So I think these are excellent pointers for us to think about going forward. Any other comment from the floor? Yes, sir.
Thanks. Maybe it's an obvious point, but it didn't come out sharply in the discussion, that we should not only be focusing on communities or municipalities where there are coal-fired power stations or coal mines. So I think when you think about Mpumalanga, I think the entire region will be significantly affected by the just energy transition. So we're encouraging our students, for instance, to undertake studies in municipalities that are not necessarily, don't have coal-fired power stations or coal mines within the province, but that could be impacted by JET. But I think it's an important point for all of us to bear in mind. Maybe it's too obvious, but I do think that the entirety of the province, not only these localities that we're discussing today.
No, that's very true. Thank you for that. Okay, my right-hand side, you're all very quiet. Any comments? All right. Okay, I think I've been fair to allow everybody an opportunity to say something. And then before I close, I should have said this earlier this morning, I also want to take this opportunity on behalf of my colleagues from the Academy to congratulate the University of Mpumalanga on your 10 years of existence. I think you've demonstrated very appropriately your commitment to the advancement of research and innovation and the building of the science, technology, and innovation front for this university. And lastly, for the people who are from the university, please share with your colleagues that tomorrow morning ASSAf is having a little bit of outreach. You may know that ASSAf is a membership-based organization, and membership induction into the academy is by a member nominating would-be nominee. So we would like the opportunity to engage with you around who we are as the academy. I didn't chirp too much about that today because I didn't want to steal the thunder of what the focus of today was. But tomorrow we will use that opportunity to engage with the staff and students about the Academy of Science of South Africa, as well as the Young Academy, the South African Young Academy of Science. And so if you remember, for those of you who have the power to repost our invitation, I'm told that we don't have too many people who have registered yet. Registration starts at 9:30 tomorrow. But before I go away from the podium, I want to take this opportunity of once again thanking both Rasigan and Eldo for putting together a wonderful, wonderful program for us, the university for hosting us, and I believe, and I can speak if I'm still in my job, if I don't upset the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on the 9th, that we are in it for a longer haul. And I would really, really look forward to us nesting the work of the Just Transition in collaboration with the university, because I think we could do great things together. Thank you all so much. All the best.
Hilda, thank you indeed. Such an excellent session. Before we do a brief summary, I will thank you at the end also, but thank you indeed also for your vision and the way you are leading this extraordinary academy, the way you've transformed it, renewed it, and we see that impact in the way we engage and the type of topics and focus and inclusive nature of knowledge sharing we are conducting. Thank you very, very much. Colleagues, we've come to the last formal session. It's really my great, great pleasure to introduce you to you Dr. Melody Mens-Coetzee. She's a research fellow at the Center for the Advancement of Scholarship at the University of Pretoria, a monitoring, evaluation, and learning expert, a Fulbright PhD, and many, many other accolades. She's also led our work on capacity development in Africa at the NRF, continuing with that work as a knowledge leader. And we're very pleased to have engaged her to assist us in framing, also for the report lying ahead, of what the key areas are that we have been discussing today. So she has this extraordinary ability to analyze and synthesize, and it's really my pleasure to ask her to do the short presentation for us then to conclude our discussions today. Melody, thank you.
Thank you, Aldu, and to everybody who participated today for such interesting intellectual conversation. For the curious that live amongst us, there's nothing more interesting and exciting than a great debate. So I think if we were to throw an alphabet soup up in the air, we would catch the letter C at the end of today. We've had so many keywords starting with the letter C that have come up. And I think the message is also clear that we are headed for a sea change. A change of fundamental proportions in the way that our planet is and the way we exist within this planet. And we're a part of that process. So I don't have a clicker. Which also starts with the letter C. And I'm going to go quickly on a learning curve on how to get that going. Okay, great. So the question is what brings us here today. And I say to the coalface, quite literally in Mpumalanga, but also figuratively, at the coalface of this issue and the challenges that we're facing. And what brings us here, as we heard, is that things are not working as they are. And I've heeded the excellent advice from Rasigan not to make a presentation or have a paper without the word polycrisis, because we are living in the polycrisis right now. We're exceeding the planet's capacity, and we're fast approaching our tipping points, and we know that that is highly problematic. The transition will have impacts, and I cannot read that far in the background in my multifocals, but we know it will have impacts on jobs and on equality, and without a focus on a just transition, those impacts are just going to make the situation worse. But the assumption that we have when we came together today is that if we have a well-managed transition, that we can mitigate some of those bad impacts, right? And that we can create jobs, that we can create better social justice, and that we can deal with some of the challenges of poverty and inequality through the transition process. And this is critical because if we don't, we know the situation is going to be worse. So then on the table today, we've put the question, what needs to be done and what can be done to address this situation. And before I go into the 5 themes that I picked up on in the conversations today, a couple of points around what we can and should be doing. One of those is that resilience is not a single solution, and we need to be doing multiple things. There's lots of solutions that we're going to have to implement. Empathy-informed action for impact is necessary, right? We have to take shared ownership of this challenge. We have to acknowledge that we do have agency and that we are taking the choice to exert that agency. We have to be innovative, we have to adapt, and we have to scale up. And we have to understand the urgency of the situation, but not be hurried in our actions. So possibly slow down to speed up where we want to go. We heard about some possible policy and legislative interventions, and we also heard about the 5-pronged plan. So what we know is that we can learn from what is already being done. And this brings me just to the 5 themes that I identified in the conversations today. The first is around capacity. The second is collaboration and co-creation. The third is a conscious citizenry. The 4th, coordination. And then number 5, which is slightly cut off there, is innovation for impact. So if we look at theme 1, systematic strategy for building capacity, the question of skills and the need for capacity building has really come through very strongly today. We need to start reskilling now. We can't wait for the crisis. We need to look at skills development at multiple levels, including technical education, and including focusing on making sure that local municipalities have the skills that they need. And of course, as higher education within the bigger post-school education sector, there's an important role to play. Theme 2 is then collaboration and co-creation. And here we've spoken about bringing all stakeholders on board and having deep, meaningful communication with communities. The importance of listening and bringing on board traditional leaders and business, and engaging deeply with communities. I think paying lip service to conversations around the just transition is just not going to be good enough. And we heard about the partnership impact model, for example, of how ongoing and deep engagement brings about impact. Theme 3 is the conscious citizenry. And so here the focus is on creating evidence-informed awareness of what the just transition is, what are the issues around it, and building some of this common language amongst ourselves around what we want to achieve and what is needed. It's about finding ways to translate research into action, actions that I can take as an individual, actions that can be taken at a community level, and then actions at a national level. We all have these layers and these roles to play. And this highlights the role of science communication and science engagement in this process, of really having a conscious citizenry that is participating in this process of a just transition. And then theme 4 is coordination. So we don't have time. We also don't have resources to duplicate, to be running off in multiple directions that are not synergistic. We need to coordinate what we're doing, which will, in theory, enhance our impact. And some of this coordination is also within and across the national system of innovation, and looking at ways that we can coordinate, manage, and use the data that we collect and that we do have, as well as between the research community and the budget makers. So sharing data to inform decision-making in a timeous way was a very valid point that came out of the conversation. And then theme 5 is on innovation for impact. So the need for innovative solutions is clear, but those innovations include social innovations, they're including policy innovations and technological innovations. The reason why we're innovating is because we want impact. It's not just for the sake of doing it. And the impact, we've said, is that we want development to be inclusive and we want it to be sustainable. And some of this may require us to redefine what we as a research community use to measure our own success and our own impact. We need investment, increased intensity of investment in research to ensure that there's an enabling infrastructure, an enabling environment, including infrastructure for innovation. And specifically, since we're in Mpumalanga and we're here at the coalface, a need for investment in the innovation system at the regional level, including in Mpumalanga. And then, of course, the creation of new industries and looking for those innovative opportunities, and we've heard of hemp and sustainable aviation fuel as examples, to address this challenge. So concluding thoughts is that while we are preserving the planet and providing energy security, we want to strive for a good life for all, decent work, social inclusion, and zero poverty. We want to put people at the center, empower them for the future, and build a resilient society and a diverse economy. And if we want to get there, we need to make sure we have a systems approach and focus. We can't do this in silos. And we need a whole of society approach. So that's how big the system is. We need to focus on local, and that could be local innovations, local and indigenous knowledge. This concept of local has been very important today. We need to make sure we have a vision, but that we have the capacity to really foresight what our options are for the future. And again, there is no silver bullet. We have to take on board a multiplicity of solutions. So thank you for the opportunity to participate and your contributions.
So I think everyone can go home now. There's nothing left to say. Melody, thank you. Extraordinary, as always. Colleagues, the intent was not to provide a detailed feedback. That will come in the report. But I think we have very adequately summarized the headliners. And if there's one thing that is usually difficult to get from discussion like this is the headliners. And there is broad consensus that this certainly is the right direction and has been well captured for us now to become more detailed around building a framework of action. And we're not only working in this province. JT is not a University of Mpumalanga challenge. It's not an ASSAf challenge. It is a broad-based, extraordinary complex challenge, but we have a framework now from which to depart. So impact-wise policy, stimulating the discussion, there are key recommendations already where one can work on. And Himla, we take with open arms the slight suggestion or principle of going forward stronger together and in collaboration with many others. So it has been a very, very pleasing day, colleagues, and we have been a little bit surprised by the acceptance with open arms of many of the high-level speakers, everyone on the program. It is an indicator of the urgency, criticality of this discussion, but it also shows solidarity, I think, in sharing the problem, wanting to share a vision. And again, we have this opportunity to put it together. So thank you indeed. I want to make a little short announcement, if you will, and that is the success of a community of practice application in the Just Energy Transition, which has just been approved as a combination between UMP, TUT, and Stellenbosch University. It is the first COP of this university. And the leaders in the room that has made this possible is Devashri Naidu, Professor Christian, there's many, Dr. Musara, Professor Gumede. You can clap now. And many others, colleagues, at this institution, which shows, as we've indicated at the beginning, a true intent and focus and need, and I think most importantly, a capacity to participate fully in this construct. Shall we call JT a construct? The next JT7 discussion. So I think that's very important. I want to highly acknowledge also the team, colleagues, that has driven this and taken this initiative with ASSAf on board. Dr. Ntite, Zukile Machaya, Kolisela Mashaba, Sofiso Mpumalanga, Glenn Klangalani, and the extraordinary Chloe. And not to speak about ASSAf while they're in the room, but Himla, you've got an amazing ASSAf team, really. So Aluwani Ramilufo, Dr. Tebogo Mabocha, Dr. Malusi Twala, many others. Thank you so much. Really extraordinary to work with your vision and insight. Today is not the last, of course. Wonderful ASSAf and SAIA sessions tomorrow and the science engagement, science communication session on Wednesday. So we look forward to taking that further. And again, Razigan, our Vice Chancellor, we must acknowledge in her absence extraordinary leadership and support for us to enable vision and to enable innovation. Himla, thank you very much again. And the always present and efficient respect and AV team of the university. Colleagues, to all speakers and participants, respondents, thank you indeed also for those online participants and listeners in. I think all of us are exhausted but delighted and invigorated for us to be able to take this forward. Let me conclude. Let me invite you to a few refreshments outside. Please travel well. Thank you that we are able to finish on time, even though some people speak very, very long. But it has been absolutely worth it, and at the end, we are in this together. Thank you, everyone.
Assembly